Quarterback Tyler Watt, so glad to have you with us as the Crimson Tide takes on Mississippi State for the 76th consecutive year. Sadly, that streak will end after this ball game, as next season will not find the Tide and the Dogs on the same schedule. But today it's 11th ranked Bama and Mississippi State, which is 2-2 overall, 0-2 in league play. Bama at 3-1 on the season with a 1-0 mark after their victory over the Ole Miss Rebels. And Tyler, the Tide got a chance to learn a little bit about themselves, and while they didn't see the ceiling just yet, it was a whole lot better than, well, we won't say basement, but lower floors that we maybe had seen the two previous weeks.
Well, and a couple of takeaways from last week's game versus Ole Miss is I think we can hang our hat on this. Alabama defense could be pretty special. Yeah. Seeing what LSU is, how many points they're giving up versus Ole Miss here this evening. So could be a special unit on the defensive side, and offensively able to really put things together there in the second half, find their rhythm on both running the football, a couple of explosive plays as well. So looking to build upon that, obviously.
This is our Everwood countdown to kickoff. Everwood Treatment Companies, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. All right, partner, let's get into the scouting report for today's game presented by Cook's Pest Control. What do you see as being the report for the Tide in this one against the Bullies?
Well, defensively, you better know where Tula Griffin is. He's the explosive receiver for Mississippi State who absolutely went off a week ago versus South Carolina. He's a guy that you can't give too much cushion to because he'll tear you up in the underneath game, but if you press him too much or get him in a one-on-one situation, especially versus a safety, that's what State wants to do. He can take advantage of that over the top.
Defensively, where are the issues that State will present to an Alabama offense that looked really good in the second half of last week's game?
I don't think that this is the same defensive unit for Mississippi State as what they've had in the past 10 years. They're not near as good as what they have been. However, they're going to give you some different looks. You better know where their pre-snap alignment is and kind of expect what they're going to do. They run a 3-3 stack. They'll also throw in a fourth guy down into the box. They don't really like to commit a whole lot, but they like to be kind of unique and exotic in some of the different looks, and they can get you confused with the crossings that they do up front.
So that's our scouting report, again, presented by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Let's check out our star to watch, presented by Tito's. Who you got in this one for both sides?
You know, offensively, I think Roydell Williams. Let's go with him. And the reason is because I think Alabama's going to have the ability to run the football tonight. We saw what he was able to do a week ago. He really came on, especially down in Tampa against South Florida. I think he could have a special night. We've already highlighted Jace McClellan. So let's go with Roydell Williams.
Roydell Williams, the guy to look for in this one on the offensive side for Alabama. Look, we know that State is a team that can absolutely sling it around the football field. Their quarterback, Will Rogers, phenomenal numbers, especially as it relates to State historically. Who's going to have maybe more pressure on them for the Crimson Tide in this one here tonight?
Well, you think that the cornerbacks obviously are going to have their hands full potentially because they get asked to do one-on-one coverages more than anyone else. But coming into the year, Mississippi State they put an emphasis in, they wanted to run the football more than obviously what they did under Mike Leach in the air raid. But the first couple of weeks they tried it, it just didn't really seem to work. And then last week versus South Carolina, they go back to what their offense was kind of recruited to do, explosive, high-octane offense. And that really took off, and they had a lot of success doing that. So this Alabama secondary, you cannot lose where these receivers are coming from or where they're going, and make sure that you blanket them because they can hurt you.
Just a couple of stars to watch. Presented by Tito's, and for every Crimson Tide touchdown scored this season, Tito's Handmade Vodka will donate 7 tickets to Vet Tix for active service members and veterans for seats at Bama home games. Let's hear it for Tito's and Roll Tide. Continuing to count things down to kickoff, Alabama taking on the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. We're in Starkville, and we're back with more in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking. Now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Into the building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project!
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations!
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Back at Davis-Wade Stadium in Starkville, Alabama and Mississippi State. Roughly 45 minutes away from kickoff. I say roughly because with television, they just keep pushing it back, pushing it back, and pushing it back. And then they'll finally, after we've waited a long time, go, oh, y'all just go ahead. So we've waited for TV, and you'll probably miss a good bit of the first quarter on television anyway. Not that we're bitter or anything as we approach 7:25 here locally in Starkville on this Saturday evening. Great weather, Tyler Watts. We've been here with some bad weather before over the years. We got great weather tonight. It is ironic. The first time, I believe, Neil Price was telling me, since 1948 that these teams have not met in the month of October. This is a September matchup between Alabama and Mississippi State. Normally pretty cool when these two teams square off. Pleasant tonight at about 80 degrees at the moment, but far from what we are accustomed to weather-wise when these two get together.
Boy, it seems like the last 15 years or so, we've seen a lot of changes from what we'd all grown accustomed to growing up with the scheduling and things. If you think back just a couple of years ago, when they reshuffled, we brought in A&M and Missouri, they reshuffled everything, and there was a time or two where Mississippi State came to Tuscaloosa 2 years in a row. And as you mentioned now, it was always after LSU. That's when we played them. Sure. Played them after LSU and then leading up to the either the Iron Bowl or the All-White. And now playing them this early, yeah, it's a little unique. And Ole Miss too.
Very different, very unique. What we hope is for a similar result from what we're accustomed to over the years, as Bama's dominated the series, as they have against Ole Miss. Tide looking good last week, and I talked with Coach a little bit about this in pregame. I'd like your perspective on it as well. How much momentum can you really gain from one half of football, such as what Alabama played against the Rebels a week ago? Is it more momentum that carries into practice than the game itself?
The key to all of it is what kind of energy do you have on Sunday and Monday when you show back up to the facility to prepare for next week's game? And that's really the telltale sign of if it is something that you can build off of, or if it was just a flash in the pan, so to speak. Those guys are focused in on Monday. Now, all of a sudden, we have a little belief that's starting to build of we can be a good football team. And that just progresses and it snowballs throughout the course of the week and carries over into Saturday. And you just know when your football team is locked in and they don't think that they're going to get beat, it's a different dynamic, and that's the most dangerous thing in college football.
Alabama making its way out onto the field to continue pregame warm-ups. Lining up for the team stretch, getting ready for the matchup with the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. We will hear cowbells shortly as the Dogs appear from their locker room. They've got a few of the players out on the field right now, but the rest of the roster will make it out in a moment, and then you'll really hear them clanging like crazy in the pregame here at Davis-Wade Stadium. Let's take a look now at our starting lineups that are presented by Walk-On's Sports Bistro. And Walk-On's puts everything they've got into bringing you game day, and they do it with a taste of Louisiana. Visit locations in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, or Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-On's, more than a restaurant. Let's get into this particular look at the starting lineups, and we will begin today with the Alabama Crimson Tide, and we'll begin on the offensive side of the ball. Tyler, either Caden Proctor on the left tackle slot or Terrence Ferguson likely right there, but Proctor at 6'7", 360 and a freshman, while Ferguson is 6'4", 322, and he's a third-year sophomore.
Yeah, they're trying to find that fit there at the left tackle position of who gives them the best chance moving forward to have the most success.
Next to him will be the veteran again, and having Tyler Booker back and available certainly makes a difference with the veteran at 6'5", 352. He is a sophomore. I say a veteran, but he is a guy who's played a lot of snaps and played them very well.
Yeah, and really hoping that the entire offensive line is starting to gel together and really gets that chemistry that's needed for us to dominate the line of scrimmage.
Seth McLaughlin at center, 6'4", 305. The senior has had some issues with those shotgun snaps, but something you would believe and hope would continue to improve as the season moves on with he and Jalen.
And with the noise that he's going to be facing tonight, understanding and communicating with your quarterback and knowing when to snap the ball is going to be crucial.
Not just where, but the timing, obviously.
Yes, that's the most important thing.
All right, let's go from the left side of the line in the center to the right side. Darian Dalcourt, another veteran. Tyler, they've got a lot of respect for it. 6'3", 320. He's a graduate student. He's a guy that stuck around. He's had the starting lineup or starting nod at center earlier in his career. Had to play behind Seth. Had to kind of bide his time to get back there again. Kept working, and now he's a major part of what this team is doing on the offensive front.
You know what you're going to get with Darian Dalcourt. He's consistent. You can count on him. You know exactly where he's going to be and what he's going to do.
J.C. Latham, 6'6", 360, and a junior. Another really talented guy on the right side edge for Alabama defensively.
And he's the guy that brings the energy. It's important for him to come off on a good start so that the rest of the guys can feed off of that enthusiasm that he brings.
We got 4 tight ends listed on the depth chart. You'll see a lot of C.J. Dupree, Danny Lewis Jr., Amari Niblack, and Robbie Oots. And while Dupree and Oots are thought of because of their size, maybe as more along the line of blockers, they were both, I believe, among the receivers that caught passes last week for Alabama. 10, as we talked about with Coach, who brought in 17 completions made by Jalen Milroe last week for the Tide.
You know, I still think that it might be their best personnel package is having 2 tight ends at a minimum on the field at any time, because they're so dynamic in their ability to do a good job with the run blocking, but also spread out. You can use them as blockers on the edge, on the short game, or even spread them out and send them down the field on intermediate routes. Got good hands. They can get open, create separation. They're going to have some good looks. Probably their best personnel grouping.
Jalen is 6'2". He's 220 pounds. He's a third-year sophomore, and he looked very comfortable, very confident. Did have the one pick that he threw in the end zone, but just the way he managed that team overall, it looked like he was comfortable and ready to once again be the starter.
He needs to take that next step and really be one of the guys that they can look at and just have a little bit of fire underneath him, because I think that's going to spell well for the rest of this offensive unit if they can get some more enthusiasm out of Jalen Milroe, kind of like they did after that long touchdown pass that he had to Hill.
You talked about Roydell Williams a little bit earlier, but Jace McClellan will probably get the first snaps as he normally does, 5'11", 212, and a senior, but we'll see a lot of the sophomore Jam Miller as well. That trio, obviously very, very talented, who've gotten the bulk of the snaps this year in the backfield.
Jam Miller, a guy they're really high on. They want to incorporate him more. Of course, he got kicked out of the game last week, so he will have to sit the first half of tonight's contest. But Roydell Williams and Jace McClellan, interchangeable, same body size, bring a little something different to the table, but both are unique, do a good job running between the tackles as well as getting on the edge.
Alabama's run of success, dating back really to Coach Saban's second year as the head coach of the University of Alabama. He's had really solid, reliable, if not blazing speed wide receivers. I think even of guys early in Alabama that could run pretty well, but they were not the NFL-type receivers that we saw certainly just a couple of years ago. We had four that ultimately would be future NFL receivers on the field at one time for the Crimson Tide. That being said, Tyler, this is a core that is getting more consistent, it seems, week in and week out. The Jermaine Burton catch last week, to me, was one of the more phenomenal grabs we've seen in the last decade for Alabama. Great adjustment on a very tough ball to catch in some traffic.
And it was a catchable ball, too. Let's don't sidestep that fact right there, is the fact that Jalen Milroe threw a catchable ball that his receiver could adjust to. He had the one-on-one coverage. That's one that you got to come down with. But you're right. Jermaine Burton has come on strong. He has all the ability in the world. We need a little more consistency out of him, and hopefully he'll step it up here tonight and really be that difference maker.
And again, not picking on him, but to that point of the consistency, he had the phenomenal grab, and then on the very next play, he had a block in the back, I think, behind what was a touchdown run, which made, as Coach pointed out, the fifth touchdown that Alabama's had taken off the board already this season, and that's something that will really bite you later on. It's frankly already bitten Alabama once this year in the loss to Texas.
Well, but it's a big ask for those guys. I mean, you're asking them to get after it as hard as they possibly can, and then but let up when the guy pulls away. So, I mean, look, those type of things happen. The timing has not been great, however.
Burton, Malik Benson, Isaiah Bond listed as starters. Ja'Cory Brooks will also get a lot of snaps. Jalen Hale made the catch last week as well for that touchdown, his first in a Bama uniform, giving a glimpse of why there's so much excitement about him.
And Kobe Prentice, and not to forget Kendrick Law as well. All these guys are starting to get more and more snaps as they're looking just for any consistency they could possibly get, and just guys that are willing to go out there and get after it.
That's the Bama offense. Just look at the state defense, as DeMonte Russell will be at one defensive end. He's 6'4", 280, and a senior. And then you've got along that front also Nathan Pickering at the nose, 6'4", 305, a senior. Jaden Crumity at 6'5", 305, and a graduate as well. That is a veteran group. That's a big group, and State's always had those, it seems, along the defensive front.
They've always been able to recruit Mississippi and get some big boys out of here, and those guys will flat get after it. Like I said, though, I don't think this is as dominating a defensive front as Mississippi State has had in the last 10, 15 years, but they still possess a good bit of talent that can create some problems.
Right now, a three-man linebacking core at starters with Deshaun Page, Nathaniel Watson, and Jet Johnson. Page is out of Knoxville. He's a senior, a East Mississippi Community College transfer. Watson is from Maplesville High School in Alabama. He's a graduate student, and also Jet Johnson from Tupelo High School, the Mississippi native at that weak side linebacker.
Do you think when Watson got here, he was like, I can play both ways, I promise?
I can do it. Just let me, please.
Been doing it since 7th grade.
Yes, and we've done games in Maplesville before where that's normally what those guys did. We've sat on top of a press box there and it called a game or two. Let's look at the secondary where they've got DeCamarion Richardson DeCamerion. I'm sorry, DeCamerion Johnson. I knew I should have gone phonetic instead of looking at the name. It was going to mess me up. But DeCamerion Richardson will be at one corner. He's a senior out of Bossier High School in Cullen, Louisiana. The other corner is from Pearl, Mississippi, and Gulf Coast Community College, DeCarlos Nicholson. And then the rest of the secondary, Alabama transfer in Marcus Banks at one of the safety slots. He's a senior from Houston, Texas. Florida State transfer, Hunter Washington at the safety. And then Sean Preston also at safety. He is a Louisiana native also and a graduate.
Yeah, and Sean Preston's the guy that really stands out to me in film study. He's one that flies all over the place, really heavy in run support. He's a bigger body defensive back, but he'll come up and stick you.
That's the Alabama offense in the Mississippi State defense. Let's look at the Crimson Tide defensively and what we expect to see along that defensive front for today's ball game. The Crimson Tide has been so good. Let's just start there, talking in general terms about the Bama defense, which has allowed minimal activity from opposing offenses each of the last 2 weeks.
And it all starts up front with this defensive unit. They're really hitting their stride now as they're rotating more and more guys, getting some snaps under their belt, some experience. They're relying on that depth. But it all starts up front. Justin Boybe's having a good year. Jaheim Oatis probably is really starting to come out of the gates and be a different maker along that front. And then Tim Keenan doesn't get enough credit for what he does of occupying the 2 A gaps, but that allows everybody else, including the linebackers, to really shine and make plays after the ball carrier crosses the line of scrimmage.
Speaking of those linebackers, at the Sam linebacker, it's Dallas Turner, the Fort Lauderdale native and a junior, 5 tackles, couple of sacks last week, 3.5 tackles for loss a week ago for the Crimson Tide. The Jack linebacker on that opposite side is Chris Braswell, and then in the middle, Tresman Marshall, and we're hopeful of having Deontay Lawson, but not likely to see him tonight. So probably more opportunities for Blackshire and Jahad Campbell stepping up in that role.
Yeah, and Jahad Campbell, when he stepped in last week, they did an outstanding job. You know, coming off a knee injury a couple of weeks ago, he has really started to get more and more snaps every single game, but looked really good against that Ole Miss offense.
In the secondary, Terrion Arnold at one corner, Kool-Aid McKinstry at the other, with the strong safety, the freshman Caleb Downs, and the free safety Jalen Keith and Malachi Moore, when they go with that star package, is there. So good out of Hewitt-Trussville High School. That's, again, a place with depth, with veteran talent, but also a place where a youngster who was picked on a little bit by Texas, but in Caleb Downs, he's a guy you know is going to be a star in major college football, and in particular in the Southeast.
He is so fun to watch because he has such energy, and he really he'll stick his head in any situation and make a tackle. Aggressive young player. A lot of fun to watch, but going to have to keep an eye on him tonight because he is the guy they want to get in a one-on-one mismatch with Tula Griffin.
Let's take a look at Mississippi State in their offense, and along the front, no surprise, they got some big old fellas, including Quatravius Johnson, 6'7", 330. He's out of Greenwood, Mississippi High School. The graduate student is a big one and a pretty good one at the left tackle as well. His nickname is Dollar Bill. I would simply call him Sir at 6'7", 330.
Dallas Turner is going to have a good opportunity because sometimes size can go against you. When you're that tall and that big, sometimes that first step is not as quick as you would like it.
I wouldn't know. On the other side, Cameron Jones, he's the right tackle, 6'5", 315. He's from right here in Starkville and also a graduate as well. Big Jones is his nickname, we are told. Again, he's Sir, but pretty good on the edge with what they do offensively, or with that offensive line.
It's not bad. It's not bad, but this is the unit that those are the guys that Alabama has absolutely dominated over the last couple of years.
Stephen Lasoya III is at right guard with Nick Jones at the left side. He's a JUCO transfer from East Mississippi, second-year player out of East Mississippi Community College. And Lasoya is a Middle Tennessee transfer, fifth-year senior from Nashville. And then in the middle, it's a graduate as well, Cole Smith. He started his career at LSU, but a Pontotoc, Mississippi native, 6'3", 305, rounding out that starting offensive front. Let's look at the backfield for the Bulldogs of Mississippi State, and it does begin with their quarterback, Will Rogers, 6'2", 215, and a senior. The most completions in SEC history with just under 1,200 for his career. He is first, obviously, in Mississippi State career numbers with both not only completions, but completion percentage, Tyler, which I think speaks volumes. Career passing touchdowns, passing yards, 300-yard passing games, total yards as well. Basically, if it's a major passing stat, he's at the top of the list right now.
He has a nice soft touch on his pass. He throws a catchable ball. His receivers like the ability to be able to adjust, even if it's off just a hair. I mean, he's a good quarterback. He puts it where it needs to be. He doesn't get rattled because of the experience that he's had. He's the leader of this football team. However, you can disrupt him and make him uncomfortable, which is what Alabama's going to need to do tonight.
They don't run it as well as they would like to, and that's not shocking given the conversation about the offensive line a little bit earlier. But Jaquavius Marks, 12 carries, 27 yards. He's got 352 total rushing yards on 63 attempts for the year. He's got some talent. He was a 4-star coming out of Atlanta's Carver High School, but the senior not putting up the numbers they would like to see right now.
But he runs so hard, and if you allow him to get comfortable back there and allow that offensive line to have early success, that running game gets going for State. That's exactly what they want. It could be a tough evening for Alabama.
Got another veteran in Jeffrey Pittman, who's 5'11", 205, but also the guy that'll get a lot of the carries behind Marks will be Simeon Price, I believe, in this one. I'm looking at the wrong number there. I guess I was. Forgive me. But they will call on Marks, and that's part of the problem. They're trying to find some guys that can put up some numbers just as I was. Seth Davis, only 8 carries, 43 yards all season long. They don't have a lot of depth outside of Marks. They don't have much that they can lean on with their running game, which is very different from what you're used to historically from a Mississippi State team.
Yeah, but ever since the previous regime was in here, everything changed. I mean, you think about what happened in the 80s and the 90s, especially the 90s. This was a pounded out pro-style offense between the tackles. We're going to wear you down, and we're going to run a play action off of that. Of course, the game has changed. You can't just do that anymore. However, that's something they would like to get a little bit more balanced than just pass happy as they have been in the last couple of years.
The wideouts, we talked about it, Tulu Griffin, 5'10", 180, and a senior, Xavion Thomas, another starter as well, and also Justin Robinson. He is a fourth-year junior as well, 6'4", 220. They've got the big receivers. They've got guys that are pretty good targets. It'll be a challenge for that Bama secondary here today.
And when in doubt, Will Rogers is going to throw a 50-50 ball. He's just going to give his guys an opportunity to see if they can go up and make a play or potentially even draw the pass interference.
So those are your starters, offense and defense, for this one between the Crimson Tide and the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. Looking forward to checking in throughout the course of the ball game. From Roger Hoover to our left, he will be down on the field at halftime getting Coach Nick Saban's comments as he heads to the locker room, hopefully in a good mood at that time. Christian Miller with us on our home games this year, but when we hear from Christian at home and Roger in these road games, those visits from the sideline are brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. Here we are, teams going back in the locker rooms right now with, what have we got, 25 minutes roughly from kickoff in this one. You've come in, you got dressed after you get off the bus, you go through the pregame warm-ups. What's this next 20 minutes like for the players in the locker room?
It's all about internal soul searching, getting your mind right, your body right to go out there and prepare. And we talk about this all the time. You've heard me say it a million times. It's fun to witness, especially if you're not playing. You can, sit around and soak things in. But how everyone prepares themselves differently. You got some guys that are very vocal. You got other guys that are very reserved, very introverted, and trying just to go over things in their own mind. Some are loud, but I guarantee most of these guys are just putting the headphones on, not wanting to bother anybody else, trying to get their mind right on what their job responsibility is so that they can go out here and execute from the kickoff.
Natural grass surface here in Starkville at Scott Field at Davis Wade Stadium. Beautiful surface. as you would expect at Mississippi State. They teach a little something to people around the country when it comes to growing grass, but a great field here. And also something we're, as we said earlier, not really accustomed to is pretty warm, 80 degrees with about 81% humidity. This is the earliest that Alabama and Mississippi State may have ever faced off on the calendar. I think they played a game on October 1st back in 1948, and since that time it's been all late October games. Here we are late September, and not only will this game be more physical than maybe years past with State, it will be very humid tonight as well.
Look, it's nothing these guys hadn't gone through, though, the last 3 months. They're prepared for it. 80 degrees feels doggone good, though, this time of the year for these guys. They're not going to get dehydrated. They're going to be ready to go. But you got to make sure that you have a little something in reserve. You're preparing yourself and not expending all your energy right at this moment. Because if this becomes a four-quarter game, that's when it could come into play.
Our weather and field conditions are presented by Alpha Insurance. Protect your cars, home, life, and business with Alpha. Get a quote or find a local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporters of the Crimson Tide. Call Alpha. By the way, tonight's game is presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com. Continuing to count down to kickoff, we wrap up this portion of our countdown to kickoff, brought to you by Everwood. Everwood, wood treated right. We're back with the introduction of the team captains, the coin toss, and the kick right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Alabama football is also brought to you by Guthries, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. And by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Here we go. Kickoff is coming up next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here. Score big deals at Baumhauer's this football season and order from our Inflation Bites menu. Try our Buffalo Wing Special with fries and a complimentary beverage for only $9.99. And what's football without a cold beer? Our pitchers of Yuengling and Yuengling Flight are only $7.99, served all day, 7 days a week. And huddle up, football fans. Sign up today for our free NFL Pick'em contest at Baumhauers.com for weekly prizes. Baumhauers, legendary fun and legendary food.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Preserving, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood offers top-notch pressure-treated wood for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. When it comes to quality, we're on the winning team. Visit your local Everwood dealer today and discover the difference for yourself. Everwood Preserving Incorporated, the official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill. Proud partner of Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Domino's delivers game days across Tuscaloosa and the surrounding area. Locally owned and operated in Tuscaloosa for over 30 years, the team at Domino's is proud to be a supporter of Alabama football and athletics across the Capstone. Domino's would like to thank our customers for supporting our local business for over 30 years. Make Domino's your choice on game days year-round and enter our weekly Drive for Dough contest this football season. Domino's is proud to deliver your Alabama Crimson Tide game days anytime. Visit RollDomino's.com. Thanks from Domino's and Roll Tide.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Alabama and Mississippi State. In proximity, they are the two closest schools in the Southeastern Conference, separated by only 80 miles. And while football battles between the two schools have frequently been referred to as the Battles of Highway 82, they actually predate even that stretch of asphalt. Highway 82 first connected Starkville and Tuscaloosa in 1934. But battles between Bama and the Bullies go all the way back to 1896. Regardless of the road taken, these matchups have always been characterized as tough, physical slugfest between players that likely knew each other pretty well long before they either wore the white pants with the crimson piping or were wrapped in maroon and white. Indeed, familiarity sometimes breeds contempt. Bama and State from Starkville next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Crimson Tide football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now turn it up. It's game time.
On a beautiful night in Starkville, Mississippi, the Alabama Crimson Tide will take on their longtime rival, the Bulldogs of Mississippi State, the two schools closest in proximity to each other within the SEC, meeting for the 76th time in a row. That streak will be broken next year, as they will not appear on each other's schedule, but should be back the following year if they stay true to what they have told us for the 2025 season. Welcome, everybody. Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts, Roger Hoover, Christian Miller not with us tonight. He will be back with us in 2 weeks for the Tide's next home game. Of course, as always, Tom Stipe, our engineer, producer here on site. Jerry Kelly pushing the buttons back in our CTSN studios. Butch Owens, the longtime tremendous spotter for our network, and the man who runs the show, Jim Carabin, our Vice President, General Manager of Crimson Tide Sports Marketing. And those of you that are watching us at home and elsewhere, thanks to Facebook Live, able to do so because of the fantastic work of Ethan Carabin from our staff as well. And again, Tyler Watts, we've talked about it. It'll be the death of us at some point, but the video monitor there, the camera available to us from Facebook Live or available on Facebook Live. I was afraid we were already getting run out because the boss himself, Greg Byrne, just made an appearance in the booth. I thought I was getting the hook real early in this one tonight. But again, Facebook Live allows people to truly see what we do, which is try to tell the story. And basically, we're fans here in the stands as well.
It's fun. Yeah, we do have to remember that thing is on, but
let's check in with scores from around the SEC today. Brian Houseworth with our scoreboard updates. Brian, how's it looking today around the league?
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris, great job as always in terms of the conference, in terms of the top 25. But we've got a huge battle going on right now, guys. At Ole Miss right now in Oxford. This is a game that is now in the fourth quarter. Number 13, LSU, came up with 14 third-quarter points against Ole Miss just in that third quarter. They now lead the Rebels 42-40 with about 11 and a half minutes to play in the game. Jaden Daniels, the quarterback of LSU, has 292 yards. He has 3 touchdowns. Quinshon Judkins, the running back at Ole Miss, has just been outstanding. He's really been their workhorse. 25 carries, 122 yards, and a touchdown. Right now, Ole Miss has the ball, 4th and 5 at the LSU 45. They're either going to go for it or punt, probably too far to kick a field goal. Right now, at Tennessee and South Carolina, that was a huge game last year for Spencer Rattler, the quarterback of South Carolina. He had maybe his biggest game in terms of the year, but Tennessee is still leading at 17-10. About 6 minutes to play in the second quarter. And then, Chris, all the other scores right now are final. Georgia getting all they can handle today from Auburn, 27-20. Brock Bowers somehow getting wide open in the middle of the field to help Georgia win that football game. Kentucky taking down number 22 Florida, 33-14. Mizzou will play LSU next week at Thoreau Field in Columbia. Luther Burton, outstanding game for him, the wide receiver who was recruited by Nick Saban in Alabama, plays at Missouri. 11 catches, 140 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Mizzou wins at 38-21. And A&M beating Arkansas today, 34-22. And again, Chris, right now, 11 minutes to play. LSU leading Ole Miss, 42-40. Our scoreboard is brought to you by Alabama Power. Let's send you back right now to Davis Wade. Take it away, Chris.
Brian, thank you so very much. As the Mississippi State Band is down on the field and will be performing our national anthem. Cowbells, pyrotechnics, all sorts of noise being made here in Starkville as we now pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Tyler White still about 10 minutes away from kicking it off between the Tide and the Bulldogs. Night games, difficult to do. Night games difficult for a player when you have to wait literally all day long. And it's not a 6 o'clock kick. It's supposed to be 8. It's going to be 8:15 before we get going.
It's frustrating having to lay around in your hotel room. And these coaches, we talked about this a week or two ago, you try to get the guys up, do walkthroughs, feed them, do different film studies throughout the day, but you got to give them some time to really rest and prepare themselves so they have enough in the tank for the fourth quarter. But as far as the players go, when the lights come on and the crowd is into it, as they are here in Starkville tonight, that's when it's fun. And that's really what these players crave. They love these type of environments, especially on the road.
Inside of 15 minutes to kick off, and this time frame is presented by Beatbox. Each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. we hear them. The cowbells are ringing. They do a better job of policing it in-game where it's not as much of a distraction as it was, I guess, during, start to say back in your day, Tyler, but boy, that aged you, and I know I'm older than you, so I'm not going to say it that way. But it's not as loud as it was once we get into the game action itself. That doesn't mean it's not still really loud.
It's going to be really loud, especially now that they have encapsulated and closed this stadium all the way around. I remember the first time I came here, both end zones were open. They did have the locker room on one side where Alabama is now dressing. But this place has really grown over the last several years with the success of the conference. Everyone has really put a lot of money back into their facilities. Mississippi State, no exception.
No, it's really a nice facility. And if you haven't been here from a permanent seating standpoint, it's like a horseshoe. But you've got the club building, which also has the visitor locker room on the first level below. And with the big video board that they do have, it doesn't completely close things in, but most of the area from pylon to pylon in the back of the end zone does have somewhat of a sound buffer. So there's some way for it to bounce back, but also they've got some big old speakers attached to that video board as well. So they've got some noise really piping throughout this place in Starkville.
It doesn't matter. If you're the opponent like Alabama is tonight, if you come in, hit them in the mouth early on, you eliminate any impact that this fan base has.
Just a few moments, we'll see our captains for tonight's game. And each and every week, Bama's team captains are presented by Barkley GMC in Tuscaloosa. Barkley makes it easy. And Bully has made an entrance. The Mississippi State mascot making his way in, waving the Hail State flag and planting it, or attempting to, before he stumbled and fell. Hope that's the sign of things to come around the 45-yard line. Thankfully, we're not having to put Bully down. He appears to be all right and is running back towards the locker room or the training facility at this. Boy, that would really ruin some folks' nights, wouldn't it? And here's the thing that they've really done well. Not only do they embrace the cowbell tradition, but they bring in the great Saturday night clip, I need more cowbell. You can work Christopher Walken into your pregame in SNL, not bad.
I used to like that skit.
Oh, you got a full moon. You got cowbells. You got a couple of big old video boards. You got a lot of folks in the stands, although there are some empty seats here around the top. The folks that realize where their seats are say, you know what, I think I'll watch this one from home tonight. So not a packed house, and the fact that State is 0-2 in the league probably factors in that to a degree.
Yeah, and you kind of go back to the losses that they've had this year. Outside of South Carolina, I mean, LSU just went up and down the field on them. And talking to some guys, Mississippi State's probably not that bad, but LSU might not be that good either. But it was just one of those days where nothing went right with the early kickoff. But last week is really what you have to gauge against with South Carolina going up and down the field offensively. This Mississippi State offense feels like they found something. It'll be Alabama's job to make sure that we shut it down early.
We have talked, and we do run through the starters. We talk Alabama's offense and defense. We don't talk enough about who and what Alabama is in the kicking game. We know they've got talented return men, but in Will Reichert as the place kicker and James Burnip as the punter, they have two of the absolute best, not only within this conference, but around the country as well.
And Burnip has really been a difference maker this year. He has been very impressive with his ability to pin teams back inside their 10-yard line and really flip the field with his big leg. He has increased his average length of punt incredibly, about 10 yards over what it was last year. That's been a difference.
You know, it really is. And again, a lot of the guys that are the Australians, the rugby-style kickers, it's all about just the run and trying to get outside of the initial rush, get to the edge, and try to get that long roll. He's a guy that can do that as well as anybody. But like you said, he is absolutely punting some missiles in the traditional way.
And he's a lot like C.J. Scott. Remember how tall he was?
Yeah.
That's what Burnip is. He's a big old, tall, lengthy guy.
The Bulldogs making their way out of the locker room to our left. Nick Saban leading the Tide slowly out of the locker room to our right. And in a matter of moments, with the Bama cheerleaders leading the way and the Script A flags in front, the Tide in the best-looking uniforms in the country. The road whites with the crimson helmets making their way out here at Davis Wade Stadium. The captains making their way out to midfield as well in this one. Alabama with Will Reichard, also Tyler Booker and Justin Aboigbe as their captains at midfield as we listen in to the instructions from our referee. Ken Williamson, by the way, heading up tonight's Southeastern Conference crew. And not a good sign. Ken Williamson has not turned the microphone on yet. We needed one thing, Mr. Williamson.
Mississippi State is going to toss the further choice of options in the second half. Alabama has chosen to receive with the first half option.
So the Tide will take the football first.
Not quite as good. Remember Kenny Stabler? Give me the ball.
Give me the ball.
We want the ball.
The greatest night ever was when I was working the sidelines and Snake stepped in front of Trent Richardson, who was ready to make the call, and Snake said, "We want the football." We didn't do much with it that night, but it was still great to hear Snake calling for it as the honorary captain. Missed the man tremendously, but glad to have you with us here tonight as Alabama takes on the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. And finally, I think teams are going to actually come out with 11 on one side, 11 on the other, and get this thing going. Great weather. Great history between these two programs. Again, meeting for the 76th consecutive time in this streak, as they are not on each other's schedule for next year. Alabama will have Kendrick Law and Ja'Cory Brooks deep, as Mississippi State will have Nick Barmira, who will be ready to kick things off. Palos Verdes, California native. 6 feet, 185, and a senior. State wearing maroon pants and the maroon tops, with maroon helmets as well. And they are all hyped up here at Davis Wade Stadium, at least before kickoff. Hopefully the Tide will silence them very, very rapidly. As Barmira will approach the football, the kick end under end that will be fielded by Law, 2 yards deep, and he's going to bring it out 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and brought down at the 30-yard line. A nice return, 32 yards when you count what happened behind the goal line from Kendrick Law, and Alabama starts off in excellent starting field position to begin their initial drive, the game's initial drive of the night. Chase McClellan in the backfield with Malik Benson out there at one wideout. He is split to the right. The tight end is C.J. Dupree, and Isaiah Bond will be split wide left. Is coming to the right side of the formation will be Law. Dupree will shift to the right side at tight end. 2 on the play clock. Bama gets it off in time. McClellan right up the middle. Now bounces to the edge, 35-40. He's got a first down. He's bumped out of bounds near the 42-yard line. 12 yards on the play. Alabama with a first down, brought to you by Atix. Let Atix be your ticket connection to all Alabama football games. ATIX is the ticket. 2 wideouts left, 2 right, a tight end split to the right as well in Oots, as now McClellan will join the quarterback, Jalen Milroe, as they stand around the 43, waiting on the snap. Milroe gets it. Looking. Now steps up in the pocket. Bounces it outside the edge. Wanted to throw. Stops and goes down back at the 36-yard line. Good coverage downfield by Mississippi State secondary, allowing Jet Johnson finally to track down Milroe.
Yeah, it was only a 4-man rush, and there was just nowhere to go with the football. He could have hit Jace McClellan on a little check down and picked up a couple of yards, but didn't see him, was flushed out. He's got to throw that ball away.
2nd down and 16 as they spot it back at the 36. The give to McClellan. He'll push the pile forward and gets back to the 40, but it'll be 3rd and 12 from right there. So the drive started off with a 12-yard pickup, but a sack. And now a gain of just 4 presents 3rd and 12.
And this is when your offensive line has to be on their toes. You're going to see some stunts and twists up front. You have to be able to pick them up.
Bond the wide out left. 2 men are split right. Single man in the backfield in Williams. Rolling the pocket right will be Milroe. Stopping, going down. Boy, he was trying to plant, get out of the way, but he gets leveled right around the 31-yard line. As State really brought pressure right there.
Well, Chris,
for their second sack on the drive.
It was just a three-man rush for Mississippi State. I'm not sure why Jalen had to roll out to his right. He didn't have any pressure coming up the middle. I don't know if he just needed to get to the edge to try to make something happen, but he didn't press the line at all.
Dontari Russell, I believe, is the man who got credit for the sack on the play, as now Bama will punt it away. Back at his own 20 with a kick. Burnip. It will hit inside the 5. It will bounce at the 1. Check up. And Bama will down it inside the 1. What a kick from James Burnip. Man, if I could get a wedge to do that. 67 3/4 yards. According to Butch Owens, we'll take it. What a job by Burnip as Bama pins the Dogs deep in their own territory.
Boy, that was amazing right there. How that ball just hung around the half-inch yard line or whatever. Kendrick Law doing a good job hustling down there and picking it up before it rolled in.
Didn't fall into the end zone either. Got himself under control and possessed the football inside the 1. Let's see what the Tide can force here, as Will Rogers and company will operate from the pistol. So he's back in his own backfield, 5 yards deep, waiting on the snap from his center, Cole Smith. He gets it, pressure coming. Throws, looking, and that one is going to be broken up, and it's incomplete. Bulldog fans wanted pass interference on Terry and Arnold, trying to keep Xavier Thomas from getting to the football, but with Kool-Aid McKinstry blitzing from the backside, Rogers able to get that one off.
Yeah, just barely able to get it off. The ball was underthrown, only went out to about the 20-yard line. There was contact, but it was kind of both ways, and Xavier Thomas's feet just kind of came out from under him.
They'll operate under center right here with Russell in the backfield. Quarterback Keith just trying to get some breathing room. Ahead for a yard, but no more for Will Rogers, and it'll be 3rd and 9 Bulldogs still from the shadow of their own goal line.
Boy, good start to that Alabama front 4 there, doing a good job of not allowing any more yardage there to give them a cushion. I know it's just a sneak, but a lot of times you can take advantage of a defense and pick up 3 or 4 yards.
11:52 and ticking time left, first quarter. No score early. Alabama and Mississippi State. The Bulldogs operating on 3rd and 9 from right inside their own 2-yard line. They'll go back to the shotgun and have Rogers in the backfield along with Marks. They're standing in the end zone, pressure coming. He fires right side, catch is made, but a nice job of wrapping up there by the Crimson Tides. Or excuse me, by the Bulldogs, the catch from Griffin, but it was Trey Amos who wrapped him up and made the stop for a gain of only 4 on the play. It'll be 4th and 5.
And the key to all that is Mississippi State comes out with 2 stacklets. They're trying to create some confusion there in the secondary. The Alabama defense does a good job of eliminating the deep throws, forcing the throw underneath, easy to converge there and bring up another punting opportunity for Mississippi State.
Keelan Crimmins on to punt. Kool-Aid standing right at the midfield stripe, waiting on it. No pressure. Punt is away. Under in. Kool-Aid will grab it, and he's going to get leveled right at midfield. Ball's on the deck. State says they have it. Let's see what the officials say. They'll unpile the Dogs and the Tide and see who has it. A lot of scrambling going on. Still no signal, and it looks like Bama will have it, based on the length of the conversation anyway. They do indeed come out of the pile and say that it's Alabama football. An official's timeout, according to Ken Williamson. Bama will have it, but right around their own 49, and fortunate to still have possession when we come back. 10:48 to go. Opening quarter of play, no score. Alabama and Mississippi State right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
Having forklift issues? Well, maybe you need a new lift. Maybe you just need your equipment repaired. Trust the experts at the Lilly Company. Lilly is your one-stop shop for material handling and an authorized dealer for the #1 forklift in the world, Toyota forklifts. From new forklifts to everything else in your warehouse, the Lilly Company has over 100 years of experience to take care of your business. Online at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
First quarter in Starkville, 10:48 still to go in quarter number one. No score between Alabama and Mississippi State. Tonight's game is presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com. Again, scoreless early on. 10:48 left to go in this first quarter as we are live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Alabama Credit Union, feel good about your money.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Alabama getting possession of football for the second time, and we talked about it last week. I think the Tide gave up 4 sacks, 5 maybe in that victory against Ole Miss, but the Crimson Tide forcing Jalen Milroe to scramble early. 2 sacks already by the State defense. We know they're pretty good, but that's something you just can't allow on a consistent basis if you're the Tide.
Now, quarterbacks, their sole purpose in the passing game is to get the ball out on time, not take sacks, and throw it away if necessary. Jalen Milroe, when he feels that pressure, he's just got to dump the ball off. It doesn't matter where to, especially once you break containment and get outside the pocket. Just get rid of the ball.
Crimson Tide with it from their own 49-yard line. Jason McClellan in the backfield as Milroe will also have Robbie Utes going from what looked like fullback. Now tight end offset. Malik Benson and Isaiah Bond are wide right with Jermaine Burton wide left. Handoff will go to McClellan, and he'll work his way forward into State territory. A gain of about 4 yards to the 48 of Mississippi State. Tyler Booker running interference as Bama will go hurry up here. Second down and 7 after a gain of 3, they say. The give to McClellan. Flag came in before the snap, I believe. False start's going to be the call against Alabama, at least initially.
False start. Offense. Run all 11 players are set for 4 seconds. 5-yard penalty. Remain second down.
You know, sometimes that's on the quarterback of not allowing guys to get set, and sometimes it's on players trying to make adjustments with their feet. And oftentimes it's just an inch or two that they're adjusting to, but you got to get set, especially if you're going to go this fastball pace that Alabama likes to go after a successful play.
So a 3-yard pickup, followed by a 5-yard penalty. 2nd and 12 for the Tide. Back around the 48, 47-yard line, actually. McLaughlin the center. Milroe, the pistol, the handoff, going once again to McClellan. And Bama's finding big chunks of yardage between the tackles, Tyler. They'll get all the way to the 45 on that carry from Jace.
Not only are they moving guys around, they're moving that line of scrimmage back, but they're also doing a great job getting a hat on a hat and creating some running lanes for these running backs to be able to cut it back.
It was Roydell Williams will now split wide right, joining Benson to that side of the formation. 2 wideouts left, and the tight end Dupree is also split wide right. Bama wasn't expecting the snap. It hit Milroe. It hits the deck. Scramble for loose ball. State says they have it, and I believe this time they do. Miscommunication there by the Tide. And wow, are we fortunate to get the football back there and be able to punt it. Twice now the ball has been on the deck. It looked like State had it. Bama somehow came away with the football, but there is once again the miscommunication between the quarterback and the center, Tyler, which you know is going to be a problem tonight because of the noise, but that's something that you've got to get fixed.
Well, and one thing to take into consideration, it is loud. This unit, they practice this every Thursday in the indoor facility where they pump in noise, and they have to figure it out. But don't be surprised, especially the way Alabama's running the ball. They just start calling some plays and running it regardless of what the look is defensively.
It's Saban, not a happy man on the Bama sideline, as Burnip, who kicked it 67 yards previously. High and under end kick that will hit at the goal line. Will get deflected back into the field of play. Great job by Terry and Arnold to save that one. And oh, they're going to say it's a touchback because he apparently crossed the plane. Wow. Burnip got the wedge to check up again, but unfortunately not quite soon enough. State will have it 1st and 10 when we come back. No score, Bama the Bullies on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It's game day. What do you take to the tailgate? A flat screen TV? Take it to the tailgate. Your wife's favorite blender? The DJ sound system? With a Ford F-150 truck, you can take it all. With available Pro Power onboard that acts like a mobile generator, you can use F-150 to take your tailgate to the next level. Visit your local Ford dealer today. The Alabama Crimson Tide and Ford F-150. Greatness starts here. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
8:22 left to go in a scoreless first quarter between Alabama and Mississippi State. Tonight's game is presented by Pensacola. It's the perfect getaway for Bama fans with plenty of sunshine, sugar white sand, and warm emerald water at Pensacola Beach and Perdido Key. All you need to do is relax and watch the tide roll. That's the way to beach, Bama fans. Plan your trip at visitpensacola.com.
Unfortunately, Tyler, no trip to the beach so far for the Crimson Tide. It has been far from relaxing as the Tide's put it on the deck twice. once with miscommunication on a snap, shotgun snap. Prior to that, you had a punt that was fumbled. Thankfully, Bama got it back, but it has been less than stellar so far from Alabama.
It's been sloppy. You wanted poise and confidence out of your players, and right now might be showing a little confidence, but not much poise. Not handling the noise very well.
State will have the football, 1st and 10 from their own 20 after Burnup's punt just crossed into the end zone. Rogers, the quarterback, Marks in the backfield. Xavier Thomas and Tulu Griffin are split wide to the right. They've got another wide out to the left side of the formation, and they will bring the man in motion, but they'll swing to man out of the backfield with a quick pass, and they'll fight forward for what is their biggest gain so far on the night. It's only their 4th snap on offense, but that one will pick up 7 yards and set up 2nd and 3.
They motioned across the formation, which got everybody's eyes going towards the left, and then the ball was swung over to the right. Rylan Godey, the tight end from Mississippi State, doing a good job getting out front blocking.
Marks on the receiving end out of the backfield and was able to push it forward to the 27. It'll be 2nd and 3 from right there. 3 wideouts now left, 1 right, with again Marks in the backfield to the right of Will Rogers. Rogers getting the snap, swings it out, little bubble screen, and the bubble gets burst. Mercy, what a hit on Tulu Griffin from the Crimson Tide's Malachi Moore.
He reads that quick pass better than anybody else in the country. Antonio Harmon, the wide receiver from Mississippi State, it was his job to kick out Malachi Moore. He ran right through that block, made contact for the loss.
Tulu Griffin didn't get a chance to huddle up, but I think he ran by Will Rogers and said, don't run that again. 3rd down and 6, we'll call it now. State 0 for 1 on 3rd downs so far. Early in this ball game, 7:09 to go, first quarter, no score, Tide and Mississippi State. Rogers looking to throw, pressure coming, and he's going to be brought down. Back at the 15-yard line, Tresman Marshall out of Homerville, Georgia, rocked him down for a loss on the play, and the Dogs will have to punt it for the 2nd time.
Trez so quick, shooting the gaps on his run blitzes, and here on 3rd and long, it's a pressure by the Alabama front. Do a good job stunning, blitz that A-gap. He has gotten home so many times this year, but have been unable to wrap up the quarterback. Not tonight versus Will Rogers.
We'll keep up throughout the night with the Guthrie's sack count. 14 now on the season for Alabama, as State will have to punt it away once again. Crimmins back on his own 2-yard line. The Australian waiting on the punt. His first covered 42 yards. Pressure coming, and he just gets that one away. A wobbly kick. Kool-Aid says, I'm going to get away from this one. And he does so as it will roll out of bounds. A good punt all the way to the Bama 30-yard line. That's where they'll spot it, 1st and 10. Crimson Tide will have it, but that's a 54-yard punt from the Dogs right there.
Yeah, and Kool-Aid obviously would have loved to have caught that to prevent the extra 9 yards of being lost, but at this point, who cares? We need to get our offense out here, get them in some sort of rhythm, let them run the ball. Let's eliminate the checks at the line of scrimmage until we can get our composure back. Let's move this thing and get some points on the ball.
Amari Nyblack and C.J. Dupree are your tight ends, 1 to each side at the moment. You've got 2 wideouts left. The single setback will be McClellan, I do believe. Handoff will go to him. Tries to bounce it to the edge. Now cuts it back towards the middle of the formation. Pushes forward for about 2.5 yards. J.P. Purvis, the strong side linebacker, leading the charge for Mississippi State. But it's a gain of 3, we'll call it. 2nd and 7 upcoming from the Bama 33.
Look, and that was a win for Mississippi State, but you still picked up 3 positive yardage. So you're controlling the line of scrimmage right now if you're Alabama.
Jalen Hale wide left, one of 2 wide receivers there. Again, you've got McClellan in the backfield to the left of the quarterback. Milroe wants to throw, now steps up, runs it. He's got a first down. He's got more, 45, spinning forward to the 47-yard line. That will be another big run for Alabama to bank first down after the 14-yard pickup. Moves the sticks for the Crimson Tide.
And Mississippi State brought pressure to the right side of Alabama, but the offensive line did a really nice job funneling everything to the perimeter. It opened up that running lane right up the gut for Jalen Milroe, and he took advantage.
McClellan to the left of Milroe now with 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Tied into the left side for Alabama on 1st and 10 from their own 47. Milroe tucks it, runs. A lot of room. 45, 40, foot race, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Alabama. Jalen Milroe, 53 yards, and the Crimson Tide gets on the board first. McLaughlin and Booker running interference, and then it was a matter of Jalen Milroe doing his thing, and that's running faster than anybody else on the field.
Well, this was supposed to be just a quick hitter, almost a read option, throw to the outside, but it wasn't there. And for the first time, Jalen Milroe does a good job. He stays poised. He doesn't force the ball. He's just trying to get back to the line of scrimmage, but a huge hole opened up across the middle.
Pivot, the snap, the hold from Burnett, the kick from Will Reichard, all executed perfectly, and the Crimson Tide gets on the board first. 4:48 to go, opening quarter of play here in Starkville. 7-0 our score. Good guys on top here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Get your game face on and roll Tide with Shoe Station. As a proud sponsor of Alabama football, Shoe Station is the place to shop for game day style and trends. With a store in Tuscaloosa, 2 convenient locations in Birmingham, and stores all over the Gulf Coast, you can score big with our massive assortment of men's, women's, and kids' shoes from all the top brands. Check out shoestation.com/Bama today to shop game day ready shoes. Shoestation.com/Bama.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lease a new 2023 Toyota RAV4 LE for $319 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 3rd, 2023. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3618 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fee. See dealer for details.
During the pandemic, we put a lot on hold. One of the things missed may have been keeping up with our regularly scheduled vaccinations. Hi, I'm Dallas Turner.
And I'm Rodell Williams. We're here to remind everyone across the state to protect the entire Bama community by staying up to date with all recommended vaccinations.
Flu season is coming, and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait. Vaccinate.
Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM to learn more about how you can stay safe and up to date on vaccinations for you and your children.
Stay safe and roll Tide.
It's Alabama with a 7-0 lead at Mississippi State with 4:48 still to go in this first quarter. Jalen Milroe, a 53-yard rushing touchdown. So the Crimson Tide with a rushing touchdown. You can score a free donut with a purchase of a beverage from Dunkin'. Bama runs on Dunkin'. We just saw the Crimson Tide move down the field 70 yards in only 3 plays. 1 minute, 21 seconds off the clock. That is your Bromberg scoring drive for Alabama as the Crimson Tide have a touchdown lead on the Bulldogs.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Tyler White's on the first series of downs. Jalen Milroe got sacked twice. Second time, he tucked it and ran. He went 14 yards on the first carry for a first down. He goes 53 yards for a touchdown on the second. That formula works pretty well.
Yes, it does. Still don't have a completion on the night, but that's okay.
We'll get him one later.
Well, we're going to get him one, especially now. Mississippi State's going to have to make some adjustments to account for Jalen Milroe because he is absolutely gushing them. They are vacating the middle of the field. They're opening up running lanes for him, and he is taking full advantage of it.
Roger Hoover, I think we've had a change in the score over in Oxford, have we not?
Yes, a touchdown for Ole Miss. Hopefully the ESPN scorebug will return to give me the official score, but the Rebels are now in front against LSU very late in that fourth quarter as it's been a high-scoring game, now 53-49 in favor of Ole Miss, 39 seconds to go.
Wow. I'm not sure that we thought 53 would be enough to win the game earlier because they had scored, what was it, the team with the lead had 31 at the half?
Exactly,
like that?
35-31 or something like that, yeah.
Reichard on to kick off. Tulu Griffin waiting back around his own goal line for the Bulldogs as Will's first kickoff of the night will sail towards the end zone and through it for a touchback. So Alabama will come back out defensively, and they've had some fun on the defensive side of the ball the last 2.5, 3 weeks.
They're getting after it right now, and they're not having to commit a ton of people in order to apply pressure there in the backfield last week or even tonight early on versus Mississippi State.
So State will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Again, Will Rogers and company looking for their first down. Jamarian Latham, Damon Payne, Tim Smith along that front for the Crimson Tide. Dallas Turner walking up as a 4th lineman there. As the handoff will go left side, Turner forces it back where he had some help, but a gain of about 4 yards on the play. Jalen Key, the free safety, came up and made the stop on Jaquavius Marks. But again, 5 yards on 1st down, and State has not had a lot of success with that as Marks is coming off the field and slams his helmet down in disgust. He is hobbling as he heads to the sidelines. He took a pretty good hit to the leg, it looked like.
I think Jalen Key might have hit him with his head there, maybe in a thigh or something.
So that means Jeffrey Pittman, the junior from Taylorsville, Mississippi, will check in. Play action to him. Stepping up and rolling to his right now is Rogers. Still looking downfield. Fires a pass in the direction of a receiver, but it's going to be incomplete. It was in the area of Jordan Mosley, the Mobile, Alabama native, who started his career at Northwestern before he transferred to Mississippi State. Hope his credits transferred. 3rd down and 6 upcoming for the Bulldogs. Operating from their own 29-yard line. 0 for 2 on 3rd downs. They'll shift to tight end to the right side and bring a wide receiver to that side as well. 2 on the play clock as they snap it. Pass deflected. Intercepted. Bama's got it at the 25. Still on their feet. 10, 5, touchdown Alabama. Chris Braswell with the pick on the deflection from Jamarian Latham, and the Crimson Tide takes a 13-0 lead. Wow. That play looked bad from the start, Tyler, but I didn't know it was going to go that bad for the Bulldogs.
Defense has an opportunity to be kind of special, I believe. Jamarian Latham almost had the sack on the previous play versus Will Rogers. Did an excellent job trying to track him down. This time, he finds pay dirt as he's able to deflect that ball right into the hands of Chris Braswell, who read the screen the whole way. That play was going nowhere other than a touchdown for Alabama.
Will Reichert on to try another extra point, his 2nd of the night. It's up. It is good, and with 3:51 remaining here in the first quarter of play, the Crimson Tide, a pair of scores, one from the offense, one from the defense, both Roger Hoover, equally impressive.
Absolutely, and for every Crimson Tide interception, participating Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $1,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner. That's now 4 picks for Bama and $4,000 for Children's of Alabama. A special thank you to the Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama who are supporting Children's of Alabama this season.
Thank you, Roger. And Tyler, this Bama defense, I think, had its pride wounded a little bit with what happened in the second half against Texas. They have looked totally different since that time.
Boy, have they. I mean, that was a game where normally Alabama defenses just absolutely take over and force punts, especially late in the fourth quarter, but Texas dominated, and this has been a different game, a different team, rather. Down in Tampa, when the offense had nothing going for it, they were the ones that were creating turnovers. They were putting Alabama in great field position, and they were not allowing the Bulls to get any points. That has continued ever since then. Last week versus Ole Miss, and early on here tonight versus Mississippi State.
Reichert to kick it off to Lou Griffin, waiting for an opportunity as this one will sail over his head and through the back of the end zone. Reichert with a missile that hits beyond the back of the end line, and Alabama will have it. State will have it. 1st and 10 from their own 25, and rather shell-shocked, I would think, Tyler. Now down 14-0 with just under 4 minutes to go in this first quarter.
Early on here, they've had one positive running play, and they have not thrown the ball successfully past the line of scrimmage at all. Not yet. Can't create separation right now. They got to figure out a way to generate something to keep that defense off the field.
Mike Wright in the ball game. He is at quarterback, and he goes on the quick pitch left side to Marks, who's back in the game. But the turf monster jumped up and got him. Bama didn't even hit him that time. He just slipped around the 25 and goes down after A loss of a yard on the play. Wright goes right back out of the game. The senior from Fayetteville, Georgia, in for just one play at quarterback, and now Will Rogers is in to replace him. Great spot on the part of the world's best spotter, Butch Owens, in finding Wright on the field momentarily. Now Rogers swings it out. Catch is made, spinning and going down near the original line of scrimmage is Marks as they try to hit him out of the backfield. And Tyler, there's just not much running room. Bama so fast along that defensive front.
The previous 2 weeks, though, offenses, and especially even 3 weeks, Texas, they stretched us laterally before they tried to cut us up the middle. This Alabama defense tonight early on, they're playing at another speed, though.
3rd and 11 upcoming for the Bulldogs, operating from their own 24. First down marker at the 35. Pittman in the backfield as Rogers keeps it himself, looking for the first down. He found it. Quarterback draw there, and that was called all the way, and a nice call by State. Their first down of the night puts them at their own 36-yard line.
It was just a 3-man front, and then when they motioned the running back out of the backfield, Jahad Campbell vacated and went with him in man coverage. So there's nobody in the middle of the field there for Will Rogers to be able to pick up that first down.
I said it was called. I'm not sure it was. He looked, but then made a quick decision to go. As on 1st and 10, he'll have a single back behind him or to his left. And they will hand it off, and getting a couple of yards will be Pittman. And in fact, they'll give him 3 on the play, 2nd and 7.
There's still not a lot of movement, though. That play took forever and was really a 2nd and 3rd effort for him to pick up positive yardage at all. Defensive front doing a great job.
Pittman again in the backfield beside Rogers. 3 wideouts left. One of them comes up. That's Thomas. They'll roll the pocket to the near side of the field. Pass is complete. Hit is made, but staying on his feet after making the grab is Freddie Roberson, the Eastern Washington transfer. Able to make the catch, and on back-to-back, well, not back-to-back plays, but on 2 out of 3, State able to get their 1st and 2nd first downs of the night. Here comes Tim Smith into the game. Jaheim Otis will check out for the Crimson Tide. Pistol formation again for Rogers. Hands it off. Fighting forward, picking up about 6 on the play will be Mark. So what's changing for State to suddenly have success now moving the football?
Getting a little bit of rhythm, but they're doing a much better job of kind of just pushing that line of scrimmage, so to speak, getting a hat on a hat and creating some separation. A lot of eye candy also in the backfield for Mississippi State, which kind of forces you to sit back on your heels if you're a linebacker and doesn't allow you to go downhill.
5 yards on first down will help the cause as well. That's what they got there. They shift the tight end from the right side to the left. They will hand it off, and moving to the edge again is Marks. He'll stretch forward. He's going to be close to the first down mark, maybe a foot shy. It's either going to be 3rd and very short or a fresh set of downs after Kendrick Blackshire made the hit for Alabama.
You do have a lot of guys rotating in and out on the side of Alabama.
First quarter dominated by Alabama, but very late in that first 15-minute period, the Bulldogs show some life. They've moved to the Alabama 39-yard line. They'll have 3rd and foot when we come back. 14-0 though. Tide rolling here in the Magnolia State on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Rob Vaughn, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm Tyler Watts. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, and a playoffs weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega, September 30th through October 1st. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
It's time for your Alabama Power School Board update. Just moments ago, Jaden Daniels throws into the end zone. It was deflected off a couple of players, and Ole Miss holds on, and they win the game over LSU. What a thriller tonight. 55-49 was the final there. Also today in the SEC, it was number 1 Georgia beating Auburn 27-20, and Tennessee is now leading South Carolina 30-10. But again, Ole Miss holds on. Let's send you back right now to Davis Wade. Take it away, Roger Hoover.
Thank you so much, Brian Houseworth. The first quarter recap presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida, offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit KnoxPest.com. Knox knocks them out. 14-0. Crimson Tide with the advantage against Mississippi State. To this point, we've seen 79 yards of total offense for Alabama, all on the ground. No passing yards just yet for the Crimson Tide. Mississippi State with 40 yards of total offense, 21 through the air and 19 on the ground. And again, it's the score of Alabama 14 and Mississippi State nothing.
Roger, thank you so very much. Tyler Watts, Alabama through the first quarter of play. Really strong, what we've seen them do, offense, defense, and special teams. Maybe not getting anything going in the passing game just yet, but running it pretty effectively, both the 53-yard run, obviously, from Jalen Milroe, but handoffs as well. Unfortunately, State's starting to run it also.
Yeah, they're doing a much better job there at the line of scrimmage of getting a little bit of lean on us and getting positive yardage. You know, just like us, if we could force them behind the chains, that puts them at a huge disadvantage.
Roberson, the wide out left. They've got another to the right. Looks like 2 tight ends for State. In the single setback is Marks. They'll bring the man, Xavier Thomas, the wide out to the left side, but a false start is going to be signaled on State.
False start. Offense to 58. 5-yard penalty. It remains 3 down.
Ken Williamson ratting out Cameron Jones to the entire world there, the Starkville native. And right tackle guilty.
You know, one thing I've never understood as an offensive view, you got 3rd and a foot. Get up there and snap the ball. Holding linemen down for that length of time, that's not a good recipe for success.
So instead of 3rd and 1, it's now 3rd and 6. Back at the 44, Bama showing blitz. They'll hand it off. Big hole up the middle, cutting it back inside the 20, now to the 15, getting up into this mark. Touchdown saving tackle there by Alabama's Caleb Downs, but man, that one had a lot of running room.
Yeah, they caught us in a run blitz. We brought pressure from the right, the field side, and we slanted that way, but they took advantage of it.
Handoff again to Marks, and he will fight his way near the 10. They'll spot him at the 11. Malachi Moore stepping up and making the hit after a gain of 3.5.
Well, and now this is the part of the field where you have to force a field goal. And it really doesn't matter what you do inside the 20s or even inside the 10s. You can't allow them into the end zone.
Marks earlier went out, looked like he got popped on the leg with a helmet. This time it looks like it may be his shoulder that's causing some problems as he's taken a knee and ditched the helmet. He is not seated. He is on one knee at the moment. And we'll check on him when we come back. We got 14-12 remaining in the second quarter of play here in Starkville. Bama trying to hang on to a 14-0 advantage when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tide fans, it's game day. Take your seat and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. There's nothing better than the winning combination of crispy potato chips, light and airy pork skins, and Crimson Tide football. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in. Because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 66 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Tide.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Into the building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
14-12 left to go in the second quarter. It's Alabama with a 14-0 lead at Mississippi State. Just saw an Andrews Sports Medicine injury timeout. Again, brought to you by the Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. It was good to see Jacovius Marks get up on his feet and return to the Mississippi State sideline. Tonight's game is presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. You can experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com. We continue inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Again, brought to you by Alabama Credit Union. Feel good about your money.
Thank you, Roger. I'm Chris Stewart. He is Roger Hoover. Tyler White's to my right, and the Crimson Tide with a 14-0 lead, but no surprise that State would battle back. I am a little surprised that after not getting anything going offensively, their first two series, that they have been as effective as we've seen, especially running the football, Tyler.
Yeah, they've done a much better job of really pushing that line of scrimmage around. And they've been doing it 3 and 4 yards at a pop. But then on the third and long, we had them kind of back. They caught us in a run blitz and took advantage of it to get it inside the 15-yard line.
Pittman in the backfield with Wright at quarterback, the senior from Fayetteville, back in. We saw this play earlier. As now Wright will wait on the snap. A man in motion going to the right side. Wright will keep it himself. He'll stretch forward, but will only get a yard, maybe 2. It'll be third down and about 3 upcoming.
So when Wright comes in, obviously you're anticipating the read option of some sort. Alabama elects to pull everybody up the line of scrimmage, no safety help, one-on-one on the outside, expecting the run, and they shut it down for a short gain.
Quickly, Rogers comes back in on what is third and about 4 actually now, as they'll spot it just inside the 10. Looks like it's at the 9. Single setback to the right of Rogers will be Marks. He's back in the game. Rogers looking, pressure coming, flush out of the pocket. He's going to go down. That'll be another sack for Alabama's defense, their second of this first half. And again, the sack's brought to you by Guthrie's. That is now the 15th of the season for Alabama, and a field goal try upcoming for the Bulldogs. And you said it earlier, that's what Bama was hoping to force, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, excellent job there in the back end of blanketing all the routes, nowhere to go with the football. Linebackers didn't overcommit, and they were able to welcome Will Rogers there at the line of scrimmage.
The left-footed kicker, Crimmins on to try what is a 31-yard punt from the far hash. The kick is up. It's got plenty of leg, but it is wide right. No, it's good. Excuse me. Wow, I thought that had hooked right. Instead, it hooked right inside the upright, and the Dogs have indeed gotten points. I tried to wish that one wide right, but it was good, and State able to get 3 out of it, but still, as you pointed out, Tyler, somewhat of a victory for the Bama defense right there.
That's a win for us, forcing the field goal, because field goals don't win anymore in today's game. It's what you do getting the ball across the end line. So now how does Alabama respond? You've had a couple of explosive plays. You had your defensive unit score a touchdown for you, but you need to sustain a drive yourself. Can't be satisfied on just the explosive plays alone. You're dominating the line of scrimmage. You've been off the field, though, for about 15, 20 minutes now. You got to get back in that rhythm and take control of this ball game.
My mistake. It was Kyle Ferry who kicked the field goal, the freshman from Searcy, Arkansas. now 7 of 8 on the year on his field goal tries. Nick Barmera on to kick off, as Kendrick Law is the deep man for Alabama, standing back on his own 1. Barmera's kick will actually go to the right side and be grabbed by Ja'Cory Brooks. He'll get it to the 15 to the 20. Brooks spun around and goes down back around the 22-yard line. And that's where the Tide will have it, 1st and 10. Kick went away from the deep man for Alabama in Law, and it was instead fielded by Brooks, who got it up to the 22-yard line. But it'll be 1st and 10, Alabama from right there. Again, Bama has not completed a pass as of yet. Roydell Williams in the backfield. Behind the quarterback, Jalen Milroe in the pistol formation. He's got a 53-yard touchdown run. Doesn't have a passing attempt. And why would you? When you're running it like that, Williams stretching forward, a gain of 11. On 1st down, move the sticks again, a bank 1st. 1st down as Bama gets to the 35-yard line, a gain of 11 with Camryon Richardson making the stop for the Dogs.
Boy, it's a 7-man front for Mississippi State. They got the numbers, but a great run there to the left side by Roydell Williams.
Williams will be to the left this time of Milroe. Play action to him, stepping up. Jalen looking, firing downfield. Catch made. Benson, 40. Benson spinning forward to the 38-yard line of the Bulldogs. Another bank 1st down. Benson, his first catch in this ball game, and Alabama getting 26 yards on that play.
All kind of twisting going up front that was picked up by that offensive unit. Jalen Milroe, though, he pressed the line of scrimmage this time so he can still run it if nothing develops.
5th catch of the year for Benson is now, it'll be Bama and Williams getting down to the 30-yard line. Roydell, a gain of 8 on that play. 2nd and 2 upcoming for the Crimson Tide.
Boy, Jed Johnson, the middle linebacker from Mississippi State, with a good hustle there. Otherwise, Roydell Williams takes that one to the house.
Roydell again to the left of Jalen. Tight end to the right side is Robbie Oates. Wide out split, wide each side. Another handoff, looking, and now bouncing forward for a gain of 1.5 yards is Roydell Williams, but he's going to be about a foot shy of the yard to gain for a first. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Third and a yard, actually 3rd and a foot. Bama can't get it.
Short down and distance once again. Alabama goes from the back, from the shotgun, and actually lose a yard because of penetration. Awfully surprised they don't just go underneath center and try to sneak it forward.
Jace McClellan will come on. It looks like Bama's going to go for it here on 4th and 2, but Nick Saban wants a timeout to discuss it before they officially decide what will take place. Timeout on the field. We've got 10-12 remaining in the 2nd quarter. It's 14-3 Bama, and a decision upcoming when we return on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
Tide fans, it's game day. Take your seat and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. There's nothing better than the winning combination of crispy potato chips, light and airy pork skins, and Crimson Tide football. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in. Because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 66 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Some people just know the perfect time to hit the concession stand. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate.
Woo! Nice! I never miss a touchdown. Want a bite?
Yeah, he knows he's got a sixth sense for a snack break. Just like he knows that switching to Allstate can save drivers $468.
Saving $468 is based on the national average annual savings for new auto customers surveyed in 2022 who switched to Allstate. Prices may vary based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
That's my grandma.
$14-3, Alabama leading Mississippi State with 10-12 remaining in this second quarter. A moment ago, the Crimson Tide stopping and holding Mississippi State to only a field goal. That is our big-time stop. Brought to you by Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide. 13 locations across the Southeast. Keep your business rolling. Tonight's game here in Starkville is presented by Pensacola. It's the perfect getaway for Bama fans. Plenty of sunshine, sugar white sand, and the warm emerald water of Pensacola Beach and Bernardo Key. All you need to do is relax and watch the Crimson Tide roll. That's the way to beach, Bama fans. Plan your next trip at visitpensacola.com.
So after the loss of a yard there on third down, you got a 4th and 2, and if you're going to go for it, it looks like Alabama might kick this field goal. Will Reichard's out on the field. Of course, who knows, Chris? This could be just a little ploy here. Who knows what's going to happen? But if you do decide to go for it, there can't be any audible in the line of scrimmage, obviously. You got to have your play called. You have to go out there and run it.
Yep, Will Reichard will come out. So, too, will James Burnham. And the long snapper, Nealon Hibbett, will handle that assignment. Hibbett will snap it from the 30. Burnham will handle the placement back around the 37, 38-yard line. We'll see once he takes a knee. And then Reichard's try will obviously be from there. We'll round up and call it the 48-yard try from just inside the far hash. The right-footed kicker waits on the snap. Placement are good. The kick is up. It's got enough leg. And it is through the uprights, and Bama, thanks to another Will Reichard field goal, able to answer the field goal from Mississippi State. He is now 8 of 8 on field goals is Reichard, and boots through his 4th of more than 40 yards on the season. An invaluable weapon, Will Reichard, and the Crimson Tide once again securing points inside the 35-yard line.
Well, and we talked about how does Alabama respond. They've been on the bench, sitting around for a while after the defense got the turnover for a touchdown, and then Mississippi State had the long, impressive drive. Well, they did a good job. They controlled the line of scrimmage once again, able to run the ball, and then a good job by Jalen Milroe finding Benson on the broken play for a big chunk yardage play as well. You would have loved to have been able to convert that 3rd down and 1, but you'll settle for the field goal.
Romberg's scoring drive recap, 6 plays, 46 yards, 2.5 minutes going off the game clock, and Alabama pushes the lead back up to 14 points, the 17-3 advantage. We've got 10:07 remaining in the second quarter of this one here in Starkville tonight, as Tulu Griffin is the deep man for the Bulldogs. And Reichard's kick will sail in his direction, and he's going to field it as zone 3. Griffin at the 5, at the 10, 15, 20, still on his feet, 30, across the 35, and a touchdown-saving tackle, perhaps, from the Crimson Tide, Quandarius Robinson. A great play, the Birmingham native saving a score right there.
Boy, awfully dangerous, kicking it down to Tulu Griffin, and he makes the most of it. You know, you kind of wonder, most of these balls go into the end zone. The guys run down there, but they never truly cover a true return. And here Tulu Griffin does what he does best. He finds a seam, and he takes advantage of it.
State needed another big play, and they got it. Pittman in the backfield. Rogers, the quarterback. 2 wideouts right, 1 left. 1st and 10 State, play action. Rogers looking on the slant, ball batted away. Nice job by the Crimson Tide's freshman defensive back Caleb Downs, the strong safety, as that one was intended for the Gainesville, Florida native Creed Whittemore.
Well, there was a lot of contact. I think Caleb Downs very fortunate not to get penalized there. He might have gotten a little handsy before the ball got there.
We'll leave that one alone as we'll have second and 10 from the 36. Rogers and Wright are both in the backfield for State. The snap will go to Wright, who hands it to Rogers, and he will pitch it to a man coming around the right edge. Great read, Butch Owens. Our spotter noticing both men in the backfield, both quarterbacks in the backfield, as Tulu Griffin got that pitch and got his way forward to the 37-yard line. That's the original line of scrimmage, and now it's going to be 3rd and 8.
And Mississippi State thinking as aggressive as this Alabama defensive unit has been all night, going down, flying down the line of scrimmage, why not run a reverse? But they stayed at home on the backside, did a nice job there, forcing everything for a short game.
State 2 of 6 on 3rd down conversions as Pittman's in the backfield with the quarterback Will Rogers. Pressure coming, pass across the middle, catch is made, first down gain, and a lot more. That was Pittman. He came out of the backfield, went across the middle, caught the pass, got the first down, and a whole lot more. They're into Bama territory at the Tide's 40-yard line. Butch tells me a gain of 22 on the play.
So Pittman acts like he's going to the flat, but he has a receiver in front of him that pushes vertical. That clears all the safeties and the linebackers out of the way. Then he angles it back across the middle, and he's wide open.
2 wideouts left, 2 right. Rogers will now be joined by Pittman in the backfield as he shifts behind him in the pistol formation. Handoff to Pittman, going right side, cutting it back inside the 40. Stacked up as he gets to the 38-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 8 from there.
Boy, Jalen Key did a nice job flying up from that safety position and lowering his shoulder. Had plenty of help from the inside, but he was not going to allow the push of that offensive line to gain another yard.
Jahad Campbell may have been that interior of the defense you were referencing. It provided the secondary help as Marks is in the backfield now behind Rogers in the pistol. Play action to him, rolls left, pressure coming. He has to unload it, simply throw it away. Great pressure by Trez Marshall. The Georgia transfer got to the backfield very quickly, and on that little play action left, Will Rogers went, uh-oh.
It was a naked, too. There was no pulling guard or anything out there to draw the attention of Trez, but he did what he was assigned to do. He played at home on the backside, and Will Rogers smartly threw it away.
3 wideouts left, 1 right. Single set back to the left of Rogers is once again Marks. 3rd and 8. Handoff going to Rogers here, to Marks. He's got the first down, cutting it back inside the 30. Gets down to the 27. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs from there.
Boy, and Mississippi State is guessing right on these 3rd down conversions. Jahad Campbell, he stunted around to the right side, but the ball went to the left, and there was no linebacker there to be able to clean it up.
Operating for the Bama 28, Marks to the left side of Rogers this time. Rogers, play action to Marks, having to step up, pressure coming, he unloads it, and that's twice now in the last 3 plays. He's just had to fire one in the general direction of a player to set up a 2nd and long.
Yeah, love to have intentional grounding, but Xavion Thomas was in the area, but that's a senior quarterback that knows where his receivers are. He knows where to get rid of the football.
So 2nd and 10 from the Bama 28. 17-3, Bama leading it. We've got 7:15 with a clock stop momentarily left here in the 2nd quarter. Bama led it 14-0 before the side swapped field goals. State will roll Rogers left side. He will swing it out. Catch is made inside the 20, fighting forward. Antonio Harmon, the tight end, able to basically drag to the left side. A nice play there, and the execution resulting in a first down inside the Bama red zone to the 15.
So Harmon comes in motion, but he does not cross the line of scrimmage before the snap of the ball. So he kind of gets lost. So you have no rotation of the safeties coming down to pick him coming out of the backfield.
13-yard pickup as they'll spot it now at the 15 of Alabama. Wright back in at quarterback. Marks joins him there to his left. They move the tight end to the right side. Quarterback keep inside the 10, inside the 5, and into the end zone. Mike Wright scoring his second touchdown of the year on the 15-yard quarterback keep, and the Bulldogs are right back in this one, making it a 17-9 ball game with 6:26 to go here in the opening half.
Boy, you got a lot of misdirection going on right now for Mississippi State, and taking advantage of the aggression of this Alabama defense as they're catching us all on the backside. Ain't nobody there.
Kyle Ferry on to kick. The left-footed kicker from Searcy, Arkansas. He had the field goal earlier. He's got the extra point there. And with 6:26 to go in the half, State's made it a 17-10 ball game. They'll start clanging like crazy as we take another break here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Do you say roll tide instead of hello? See elephants in the clouds? Never wear blue and orange together? If so, there's no better way to show your Crimson Tide pride than with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. As passionate as you are about Bama, Regions is even more passionate about celebrating your every financial win and helping you plan for the next one. To order your card, visit regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately, in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
17-10, Alabama leads Mississippi State with 6:26 left to go in the second quarter. Across the conference is presented by T-Mobile. T-Mobile bringing 5G to hometowns across the SEC, a proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Also in the Magnolia State today, a huge win for Ole Miss, 55-49 against 13th-ranked LSU, handing the Tigers their first SEC loss of the year. Bama fans, after another Crimson Tide victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue. Now with 16 locations, always one near you. It's the best little pork house in Alabama. In 6 minutes, 26 seconds of game time, we will have the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report.
Roger, thank you very much. Alabama still with a 17-10 lead. No need to panic if you're the Tide, but boy, an answering score here before the half would be huge.
Yeah, that would be nice, and also it needs to be lengthy. Allow that defensive unit to get over there on that grease board and figure out what Mississippi State is doing to hurt us so bad. They're gashing us right now, especially on the third and long situations where they're continuing to run the football. None of the damage has been done through the air necessarily. A couple little short routes, but everything really, all the damage has been done in the running game.
Nick Barmira on to kick off once again, as the Tide will once more have Kendrick Law as the deep man. The ball will come to him and over his head through the back of the end zone for a touchback. The Tide will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. And Alabama has only attempted one pass, and it was completed 27 yards by Milroe to Malik Benson. On the first drive, they were going to attempt a couple of passes, but Milroe got sacked. On the third drive, he had a 53-yard touchdown run. Bama started running it after that. Tides also had an interception return for a touchdown. as Milroe will have a single setback to his right. They'll roll him to the right side, trying to get Jalen to the edge. He'll turn it up. He'll get 6 yards before he gets run out of bounds near the Bama boundary. Jace McClellan running interference, and there was nothing fancy about what the Tide did right there.
No, and Mississippi State has adjusted as well. They rolled down to a single safety, so they got an extra guy in the box, knowing that they are really struggling to stop the Alabama run game. So what does Alabama do? Let's use our quarterback. We'll make it a true 11 on 11, get him to the outside, good pickup on first down.
2nd and 4 as the line of scrimmage will be right at their own 31-yard line. Amari Niblack tight end to the left side, offset as on the shotgun snap. Milroe steps up, shakes one defender, gets out of the pocket, trying to fight forward, and gets back to the line of scrimmage, and in fact still managed to pick up a yard or 2, but Richardson, the corner, came up and made another nice hit. It's going to be 3rd and about 2.5, maybe 3 upcoming here for the Tide.
Well, Mississippi State continues to add at least one linebacker to the rushing game, but only a 3-man route for Alabama, and all of it to the left side of the line of scrimmage. There was, it's really a half-field read. They're trying to simplify things, but when it's not there, he does a good job at least picking up something.
From the pistol with McClellan in the backfield with him. Niblack shifts left. That puts 3 wide receivers to the near side of the field, and State didn't like what they saw. They asked for and got a timeout. Their first of the half, and it brings us to a break as well with 5:18 to go here in the second quarter of play. Still 17-10. Alabama leading the Bulldogs, but a 3rd down and right at 3 upcoming for Alabama when we return to Starkville here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Important reminder, don't delay emergency care, especially for signs of life-threatening and severe illness and injury such as stroke, heart attack, trauma, and more. Ascension St. Vincent's ER care teams work quickly and listen to understand your health needs and deliver the care that's right for you and your family. Doctors and nurses are here for you 24/7, close to home. And you'll be connected to leading specialists and trusted providers for follow-up care. Visit ascension.org/St. Vincent's AL Care.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. They bring us our sideline reports throughout the course of the ball game, and Roger Hoover will have one for us coming up in just a few moments when the half ends. Coach Nick Saban will be speaking with him as he makes his way to the Bama locker room, and nobody more so than Roger rooting for a touchdown right now. I feel your pain, brother. I've been there, but the Tide faced with a 3rd and 3 upcoming, Tyler, once this timeout resumes.
Well, and the question is what do? Do you put the ball in the air? That's definitely a 2-man option there. You have the ability to throw the ball, but also for Jalen Milroe to pull it down. But you got to think that Mississippi State is going to apply some sort of pressure right here. So look for Alabama to try to get rid of the football quickly.
They've run it extremely effectively at various times. We have seen Milroe carry it once for 53 yards for a touchdown. We have also seen Roydell Williams go 5 times for 26. Jace McClellan 4 carries for 23 as well. But again, only 1 pass attempted. There were 2 sacked earlier, but 1 pass attempt from Milroe officially for 27 yards. If you give him time, the guy can throw it, but not giving him a whole lot of opportunity.
Well, look, Mississippi State's bringing some guys. I think the offensive line is doing a pretty good job of picking everything up. We just got to create some separation on the pass routes there. And to this point, the wide receivers really haven't done it, or Jalen Milroe is not seeing it.
There's the cowbells playing here at Davis Wade Stadium. McClellan will join Milroe in the backfield. Still a few seconds away before television allows us to resume play.
And now Black's probably going to get lined up either on a linebacker or a safety. And Marcus Banks, that's your mismatch.
McClellan's going to leave an empty backfield for Jalen Milroe as he goes wide left. 3 wide receivers left with Niblack split that direction. 2 to the right. Milroe quick out to Brooks. Tries to make a man miss. Lost the football, or did he? No, he held on to it. He has a stretch forward near the 35. Let's see where they spot it. If it's favorable, we got the first, and it looks like we do.
Good job recognizing that the pressure was coming. Mississippi State sold out on the blitz. He got rid of the football quickly. Short pass, but enough to move the chains.
1st and 10, Bama just across the 35. Milroe looking left, now decides to tuck it and run right. Gets to the 40, fakes a pass, and gets out of bounds at the 42-yard line. A nice pump fake there to get the additional 2 yards.
And this was a busted play because he was trying to get the ball to Ja'Cory Brooks, but Ja'Cory Brooks was blocking downfield. He thought he was going to throw a little quick hitch. Instead, Brooks is blocking, so he has to pull it down and get what he can.
Oots in at tight end as Kendrick Law is in the ball game. Kobe Prentice also a wideout. Actually, he's going to leave the field. Prentice will, as Oots will shift in tight to the left side of the formation. Quick pitch to the left side. McClellan trying to cut it back, fights forward, gets about 3 yards on the play. He'll be close to that first down mark, but still a yard shy. It'll be 3rd and 1 upcoming with 4:09 and ticking. Time left here in the second quarter of play. And Bama with 2 timeouts still in its hip pocket. 2 also for Mississippi State.
We're going heavy now. I'd love to see us underneath center. Got the 2 tight ends, C.J. Dupree and Robbie Oots.
Play clock's down to 15 as Bama's still looking to the sideline to get the play. Now it's at 10.
Probably going to call a timeout and run this thing down.
Down to 4. Down to 1. And Alabama will get the timeout. Nick Saban was in the ear of the official on that boundary and made sure he knew when he wanted the timeout. It comes with 3:34 left to play in the half, and we'll keep it right here as Alabama will have 1 timeout left. Explain the thinking behind that. Is it because of just how important this 3rd down is that he wanted to make sure he got them over there to discuss that? Because they had plenty of time to get a play in if that's what they wanted to do.
You think about it. With 3.5 minutes, you're close to midfield. You got all kinds of time if you pick this up to still get the points. What you don't want is to leave too much time on the clock if you don't get it. Or if you get another first down here but then don't get the next one. So you're playing defense and offense at the same time.
Gotcha. Again, the big ones are out there for the Tide with Oots. But Dupree is not there. Niblack is in at tight end. McClellan is the running back to the right side of Milroe. Receivers bunched in each side. Quarterback keep and a whistle. And do we have a flag come in or a timeout called? Procedure is going to be the call on Alabama. The Tide had to have moved. That's a key penalty there.
False start. Offense number 84.
Second penalty, both false starts, and that's a big one on the man who came in late, Amari Niblack.
Yeah, and that's frustrating too. I mean, just once again, it's 3rd and short. Just you got to go vertical and get that yard. It's less than a yard even, and now you got a 3rd and 6 situation. Obvious passing down.
Niblack split wide left this time, and official calls for a new football. Now we got 3 out there. Surely we pick up a first down with one of those. 2 of them get thrown off the field. We're left with 1. McLaughlin ready to snap it in a moment. Niblack coming in motion to the right side of the formation. 1 of 3 men to the right. Snap. Milroe looking, firing, man is there. Niblack catches it, first down, out of bounds, in-state territory, stopping the clock with 3:27 to go in the half, and a 1st and 10, a bank first down at the state 43.
State brought pressure once again, and Jace McClellan did a great job of stepping up and taking on that linebacker and not allowing him to get to Jalen Milroe.
Amari knew what he was doing. He wanted the penalty so that he could get involved in the passing game right there. We'll go with it anyway. Here comes Law in motion. The handoff will go to McClellan. Fights his way forward. 35, stumbles down towards the 32-yard line. That's going to be close to another bank first down. A gain of 11, they do say. That will move the sticks.
Boy, this offensive line really teeing off right now, pushing that line of scrimmage backwards. Going a little quicker, keeping Mississippi State on their heels.
Spotted right at the 32. 1st and 10, Bama. Still plenty of time. 2:35 and ticking is the time left. Bunched in from the right side. Handoff again to McClellan. Working left. Fighting through 25. Down to the 23-yard line. 2nd and 2 upcoming for Alabama, which is running at will and gashing the Dogs in the process.
And Mississippi State wants to start substituting people, but Alabama's getting up to line of scrimmage so quickly that they're unable to do. They're gassed on the defensive side. But because we're not rotating in different personnel, they can't risk running new guys out there.
Deontay Anderson hustles on at the last moment as Bama operates out of the pistol. Keeping it will be Milroe trying to get to the edge. Looked like he wanted to throw. Did flip it to Oots. He's got a 1st down. Flag comes in behind the play. Let's see who that's going to be on.
Surely not going to call downfield. They are.
Wow. That is a tough call right there.
And now receiver downfield. Offense number 65. 5-yard penalty from the previous 5. Repeat 2nd down.
In fairness to J.C. Latham, I thought Jalen was going to run it as well. But at the last moment, he flipped the football.
He was. And Robbie Oots was out front blocking. And when he lost that block, lost contact, Jalen Milroe saw that and just kind of flipped the ball. The ball was still caught at or near the line of scrimmage. I guess it was just past it. But those down linemen were so far behind the play, you hate to see it. But it is what it is.
2nd down and 8, we'll call it, after the penalty. 2nd and 7, they say. 1:54 on the game clock. Ken Williamson making sure that is correct before he singles the ball ready for play. McClellan to the left of Milroe now, with a wide out to the right. Everybody else bunched in left. Snap to Milroe. Looking, throws it left side. Catch is made. McClellan breaks a tackle. 20, 15, stretches forward to the 10. 1st and goal, Bama. From there, as the Tide gets in the Chick-fil-A red zone. 1st and goal right at the 10 after a 19-yard pickup.
Boy, one of the first times we've seen Jalen Milroe look downfield, nothing's open. He hits his check down. Jason McClellan's wide open on the left side, breaks the tackle, and gets down to the 10.
90 seconds to go in the half. Handoff goes to McClellan, who does a really good job of fighting his way back to the line of scrimmage. He stumbled about 1.5 yards, 2 yards behind the line, but fought forward to get to the 10 as State will use a timeout right here with 1:21 to go in the half. And I know they're tired. I know they're also thinking, hey, we want to leave enough time to maybe get the ball back if Bama does score even a field goal. But I got a feeling Alabama needed that timeout about as much as State did.
Not quite as bad. They're gassed over there, and they don't have an answer for our running attack right now. Jason McClellan had to come out of the game. I don't think he wanted to. He wanted to finish this drive off, but he probably needs a breather. So plenty of time here for us to continue to run our offense as we wish. You know offensive linemen don't want to come. I mean, they love getting water. I get it, but, man, they're feeling it. They're ready to get after this State defense.
2nd and goal from the 10. Again, 1:21 on the clock. Bama with 1 timeout left. Same for State. McClellan in the backfield with Milroe, the quarterback. Robbie Oots, the tight end, to the left. Also to his left is Ja'Cory Brooks. 2 men are split wide right of the formation. Milroe waiting on the snap, gets it. Hands it off. McClellan 10, McClellan 5. McClellan pulling his way forward. Still fighting down to the 2-yard line. It will be 3rd and goal from there. Timeout. I believe Mississippi State again.
Yeah, they called another one. And that was just sheer effort right there by Jason McClellan. He made his case on the sideline and was able to stay into the game, but kept that momentum moving forward, kept the lean going forward, and then got all those offensive linemen to come help push him an additional 4 or 5 yards.
The timeout stops the clock with 1 minute, 8 seconds remaining before intermission. It's a 17-10 Alabama lead, but the Tide trying to get their third touchdown of the half. The first two came in the opening quarter. The Tide scored on a 53-yard run by by quarterback Jalen Milroe, and then an interception return for a touchdown by Alabama's Chris Braswell.
Boy, the way this offensive line is playing right now, I think you put it in their hands.
Robbie Utes and C.J. Dupree are the tight ends to the right side. McClellan in the backfield. Niblack and Brooks are wide left. They bring Niblack in tight to the left side. From the pistol, Milroe hands it off. McClellan whoops into the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. Chase McClellan. Third rushing touchdown in the last 2 weeks. His fifth now of the season, and Alabama gets the lead back to 13.
Boy, you could not have had a more impressive drive than what Alabama demonstrated there. 6 minutes to go before the half. They milk it on the ground, get a couple of key third down conversions through the air with Jalen Milroe. Make some penalties, but are able to overcome it.
Snap, spot, kick by Reichard. All three are good, and Alabama, boy, what a drive in this half, Tyler Watts. After State cut it to 17-10, Bama answers back to make it 24-10.
And that was an awesome play there on third down. I mean, your offensive line has been playing outstanding here tonight, so you put it on their backs. Hey, we're going to get this touchdown. It's going to be because of y'all's effort up front. They do exactly what they're supposed to, and because of the threat of run from Jalen Milroe, it holds those outside backers, prevents them from being able to come up the middle and help out. And Chase McClellan taking on a linebacker with Robbie Utes on his heels, that's a winning recipe.
Correct myself. McClellan with now his fourth touchdown of the season. He had one last week. And the Crimson Tide able to push that lead back to 2 scores. Once again, 2 touchdowns. 24-10, and a little of the air out of the crowd here at Davis Wade Stadium.
Oh, I hope we kick it out of bounds. I mean, not out of bounds, out of the end zone.
Take that.
You don't want Tula Griffin making an impact play right here.
34 yards was his last return, as Reichard will kick this one high, and it's going to be short, and it will be taken at the 10-yard line, not by Griffin, but by Xavier Thomas, and he gets his way across the 25 to about the 27-yard line, so it'll be 1st and 10 State from there. They've got one timeout left. Check that. They don't have any left. Excuse me.
Yeah, their defense was gassed. They had to burn 2 on that previous possession. Previous scoring drive for Alabama. They're going to need about 35 yards here to have an opportunity for a field goal.
Berry's longest this year, 49 yards. That's the longest of the season. Waiting on the snap, Rogers looking, pressure coming, fires it, intercepted, picked off Alabama near the 31-yard line. Crimson Tide with a pick, Jahad Campbell with the interception, and Alabama back in business, still with a timeout left and with a football with 57 seconds remaining in this first half.
Boy, Will Rogers doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but that was Antonio Harmon released upfield and tried to wrap around Jahad Campbell. But the ball was thrown behind him. There was a window open, but Campbell doing a good job of reading the linebacker, or Will Rogers' eyes, sitting back there in coverage. And boy, I mean, it hit him right in the gut.
Jahad with the pick, and Bama back on the attack, trying to make this a 3-touchdown lead. Roydell Williams in the backfield to the left of McClellan, operating from the pistol. They'll hand it off to Roydell. He'll fight forward. He'll gain 4. Jet Johnson, the weak side linebacker, will make the stop, and Alabama will use the timeout right here. Is that a look to see if you can maybe have State guessing pass and see if you can bust a big run?
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm thinking there. Or it was designed possibly to be pulled. I'm not sure, but it was a positive yardage of about 4 yards. So you're wondering why they're upset. They got 50 seconds, plenty of time on the clock.
We saw a timeout on 3rd and a yard earlier when you had plenty of time to get a play in. But you get the feeling still they don't have quite the confidence in this offense unless they can look them in the eye on some certain plays and situations.
Right now, it's more of a, hey, we need to run the ball. We're going to throw it when we have to versus we fully trust our passing game to be able to pick up any yard and distance that we're faced against.
Again, Milroe is 4 for 4 in this one for 67 yards. It's been efficient, if not gaudy. 3 wideouts left. Milroe wanting to throw. With time across the middle, has a man cut made. Brooks down to the 10-yard line. Isaiah Bond making the grab inside the 10. They'll spot him right at the 10-yard line there. 1st and goal after a 17-yard pickup. Bama hurries to the line of scrimmage. Clock moving at 42 seconds. 41-40. There's the snap. Milroe looking. Steps up in the pocket. 10. Bounces right 5. Towards the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. Ball got knocked loose late, but he'd already crossed the goal line. Crimson Tide with the score on the initial signal. Now they're trying to uncover the pile. Make up your minds, fellas. You threw the hands up for touchdown. Is it or isn't it? It is. Touchdown, Alabama. The official signal touchdown, and then he went to the bottom of the pile. Looked like he was trying to figure out who had it. It didn't matter. Jalen Milroe with a touchdown run at 10 yards.
He wanted to throw the fade there, but it was pretty much blanketed. The ball definitely came loose after he hit the ground. But you're sitting there saying to yourself, please don't take another sack inside the red zone. He pulls it down. He's going to get positive yardage. He finds a little bit of a crease. They may review this, but that ball, he was completely down when that ball came loose.
We've got an official review here by the Crimsons, or by the officials. And again, they absolutely should review it.
Sure.
This is one they should look at. It's a scoring play. It's close, and you can make the argument that the ball was moving slightly in his hand, but he had not lost possession yet. Still had both arms around it when he hit the ground in the end zone clearly. It was a nice play by Mississippi State's defense. Nathaniel Watson, the middle linebacker we talked about from Maplesville High School in Alabama. But it looked to us, and yes, we're biased, but it did look like Milroe was already down, or it at least crossed the goal line easily. And that's the whole key. Did he cross the goal line with the football? It's not did he go down and have it. He crossed the goal line with the football, still secure in his arms, it appears. And it should be a touchdown. We'll see if the officials do indeed, on review, agree with us. It was ruled a touchdown on the field. So there's got to be evidence to overturn it. And I thought he had it all the way to the ground. Again, that doesn't matter. Where was it when he crossed the goal line? And he clearly, even from the angle we're seeing, had it secured as he crossed into the end zone.
Touchdown stands.
Stands means, we're not sure, but we couldn't overturn it.
That was, nonetheless, it was good hustle by Nathaniel Watson, the linebacker from Mississippi State, not giving up and doing a good job tackling the ball. But hey, heck of a play there by Jalen Milroe, not taking the sack and making something out of nothing.
Second rushing touchdown for Jalen in this ball game. 76 yards on 8 carries for him. As Reichard's on to try another extra point with 31 seconds remaining in the half. Snap from Hibbett, spot from Burnham, kick from Reichard. All perfect in Alabama. 14 points early in the first quarter. 14 points late in the second. 3 sandwiched in between. And it all adds up to a 31-10 lead here in Starkville, where the look on the Bulldog faithful is, Church is going to be kind of early tomorrow. And they may be heading out at intermission. I certainly hope so. That'll make the ride back on 82 a lot easier if they would go ahead and clear out.
Well, you talk about taking advantage of mistakes. Right now, Mississippi State 2 interceptions, 2 touchdowns off of those interceptions.
So Alabama will kick it off once again. Crimson Tide with 2 sacks and 2 interceptions as well. The kickoff from Reichert will be fielded around the 8-yard line by Xavier Thomas, trying to bounce to the right side. Does, but he is going to be sacked up, forced out of bounds near the 30-yard line. Nice job on the part of Justice Haynes in special teams. We'll call his name a lot more in the future as a ball carrier, but as a tackler there on special teams. And his mere presence alone there, to me, Tyler, speaks volumes about the attitude and the desire to be on the field.
Look, if I'm a freshman coming in and I'm not going to have an opportunity to play my position, I still want to get on the field. And these guys are talented, and they're used out there.
State will take a knee and try to regroup at the half as Alabama will head to the locker room with a very nice 31-10 lead. And Tyler Watts, really impressive to see Alabama fight the way they did to make sure that half ended well. Again, this was a 17-10 ball game. Alabama had 3rd down, I think, at a yard. Lost 5 yards because of a procedure penalty. But the 3rd down completion to Amari Niblack from Jalen Milroe kept that drive going and ultimately got them into the end zone.
Well, the Alabama offense has definitely answered every time that State has put points on the board. And that offensive line right now doing an outstanding job, not only in protection in the passing game, because Jalen Milroe has all kinds of time, but more importantly, their ability to dominate the line of scrimmage as we just get yards after yards in the running game.
Roger Hoover waiting his turn and will now join Coach Nick Saban.
Coach, your thoughts on the first half?
Well, you know, great ending of the first half to score 14 points in the last 2 minutes of the half. But we didn't stop them the last 2 times, and we had them 3rd down several times. Every time we put Dime in the game, they run the ball, so we're going to have to play nickel and be able to stop them in that. So, you know, but 60-minute game, they can score points. We got to play good in the second half.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Roger. And thank you to Golden Flake. They present Coach Nick Saban at the half. Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. 31-10, Alabama leading the Bulldogs at the break. Roger will take you through halftime when we come back here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here to enjoy another great football season with y'all. And guess what? The salmon are running, so make sure you try our delicious lemon garlic salmon. And for you land lovers, try our sizzling char-grilled flat iron Callaway steak, complemented with our special shrimp etouffee. And you'll definitely want to tackle our Alabama hot chicken, smothered in our zesty and tangy, immune-boosting special Alabama hot sauce. Baumhauer's legendary fun and legendary food.
Bama's football tradition includes 18 national championships and 29 SEC titles. Reminds me of another winning tradition, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. You know, I have peace of mind knowing that my home is protected by Cook's and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands, we all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by BASF, we create chemistry, and by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local store.
Welcome into the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. At the break, it's Alabama leading Mississippi State 31-10. Welcome back to Davis Wade Stadium. I'm Roger Hoover. The game stats and facts are brought to you by Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Alabama with 241 yards of total offense, 157 yards on the ground, 84 yards through the air. The prescription for success in the second half is presented by Payless Drugs. Payless Drugs, your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. As we just heard from Coach Saban, Alabama defensively has got to continue getting stops against a quick-scoring Mississippi State offense. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on as we move into the second half. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to Great Southern Barbecue, there is only one winner. That's Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Our score in Starkville at halftime, Alabama 31, Mississippi State 10. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy, with only simple ingredients: water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar, or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Mario fue pintor más de 30 años. Cuando me dijo que se le estaban olvidando las cosas, fue difícil. Un día me dijeron que pintara el marco del lado por dentro y pinté el lado de afuera.
Yo le diría a la gente que le diga a su familia lo que está pasando con él.
Si algo se nota diferente, podría ser Alzheimer. Es momento de hablarlo. Visita alz.org/nuestras historias para saber más. Un mensaje de The Alzheimer's Association y The Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good evening, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time is 9:50. It's going to be a late night tonight for all of our Tide fans. Brian Houseworth is my name. We are at the half right now with your Alabama Power scoreboard update. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama Power is power for a better Alabama. We're at the half right now. Davis Wade in Starkville, number 12, Alabama, leading state 31-10 in what has been a very physical football game. Jalen Milroe, a couple of touchdowns. We'll get you your highlights presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise here in a few moments. Let's get right to our scoreboard right now. Crazy game, a couple of them earlier today. None bigger than the game involving number 13 LSU and number 20 Ole Miss. LSU had a lead in that fourth quarter, but Ole Miss is able to roar back, and they win it 55-49. Ole Miss with a huge win. Jackson Dart in this game, 26 of 39, 389 yards for Ole Miss. He had 4 touchdowns.
Quick snap, fakes the judgment over the middle. He's got his man Watkins caught. He's running down the middle of the field. The 30, the 25, the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Ole Miss. Jordan Watkins split defenders, caught it, and they say go north and south. He went north into the end zone for the TD.
That's how it sounded on the Ole Miss Radio Network, and of course on Learfield. That's David Kellum with a call. As Ole Miss wins the Magnolia Bowl Trophy, LSU had one chance late in the game. Here's what happened.
There's the snap. 2-man rush. Daniels wants to throw. He's being chased by Cedric Johnson. Now steps back to the left. Throws toward the back of the end zone. The pass is going to be deflected and incomplete. There is no flag. Ole Miss has won over LSU 55-49. Wow. What a game.
What a game.
And they're pouring onto the field. We'll pay the fine.
Yes, sir.
David Kellum and Harry Harrison there on the call. Again, we thank Learfield and Ole Miss Radio for that, 55-49. How about number 1 Georgia in Auburn on the Plains? You got to give Hugh Freeze a lot of credit. They did everything they could. They actually had Georgia beat there in that fourth quarter. Georgia roars back, though, winning at 27-20. Who else, folks? Brock Bowers.
Down the middle. Guess who? Brock Bowers. Bowers heading to the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia.
Well, you got to wonder how somebody can get that open when he's so important to the offense.
40 yards on the run and catch for the All-American and Mackey Award winner a year ago.
That's how it sounded on CBS. That's Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson there on the call. Georgia wins at 27-20. Number 21, Tennessee, beating South Carolina right now in the fourth quarter. The score is 34-20. It was number 23, Missouri, beating Vanderbilt 38-21. A&M beat Arkansas today 34-22. And number 22, Florida, fall out of the rankings. They lose to Kentucky. Basically a butt kicking in this game, 33-14. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe. And by the way, your halftime highlights presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise across the great state of Alabama. Jalen Milroe, 8 carries, 76 yards in this ball game. He did have 2 touchdowns.
Tied into the left side for Alabama on 1st and 10 from their own 47. Milroe tucks it, runs. A lot of room. 45-40. Foot race. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Alabama. Jalen Milroe, 53 yards, and the Crimson Tide gets on the board first.
The great Chris Stewart there on the call. Future Hall of Famer there on the call. The Alabama defense, Kevin Steele. Gosh, isn't he doing a great job, folks? Kevin Steele, former Auburn defensive coordinator. That Tide defense coming up big.
They'll shift to tight end to the right side and bring a wide receiver to that side as well. 2 on the play clock as they snap it. Pass deflected, intercepted. Bama's got it at the 25. Still on their feet. 10, 5, touchdown Alabama. Chris Braswell with the pick on the deflection from Jamarian Latham, and the Crimson Tide takes a 13-0 lead.
Chris Stewart there on the call. And again, your Alabama halftime highlights presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise. You want to go out and get yourself a sandwich on this Saturday evening. 31-10 right now. Alabama is leading it at the half. I'll come back with you here in a moment. Have a look at the top 25. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Just like the Crimson Tide, ServPro is honored to be the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With more than 2,000 locations nationwide and over 50 years of experience, ServPro is faster to any disaster. To find an Alabama ServPro service location near you, simply click on ServPro.com. ServPro is a proud supporter of Alabama football.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
It is 9:58. Again, Brian Houseworth live in studio here at our Alabama Crimson Tide Sports Network studios, brought to you by Alabama Power, proud to support the Crimson Tide. Well-ranked Alabama leading state 31-10 right now at the half. Duke leading number 11 Notre Dame 14-13, less than 50 seconds to go in the ballgame. Number 7 Washington is leading Arizona 14-0 in the second. USC, Caleb Williams, 6 touchdowns. They beat Colorado 48-41. You can take it to the house. It's football season. The Alabama Manufactured Housing Association and Lucky Fan could win a $75,000 credit toward a new manufactured home. Register at rolltide.com/take it to the house. I'm Brian Houseworth live in studio. Coming up next, your second half kick with Chris, Tyler, and Roger. Right after this, this is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. I can make a sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows. That's how I get my grill on. Kanaka sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Regions celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
On game day, success starts with a great game plan. No matter if you're at home or on the road, greatness starts here with the Ford F-150 truck, delivering a rare combination of power and smart technology like the available class exclusive Pro Power onboard. Ford F-150 helps make great things possible. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. See owner's manual for important operating instructions. Classes full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds. GVWR.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between.
Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Allstate, you're in good hands. Chevron with Techron. Unbeatable fans deserve unbeatable mileage. Choose Chevron with Techron. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by The Soup Store, your home for officially licensed Bama gear. Now let's go back to the stadium for the call of the second half.
Getting ready to start the third quarter, it's Alabama 31 and Mississippi State 10. The Domino's Drive for Dough is presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on its first drive of the second half, Jeff Mahaffey from Birmingham will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. Before we start this third quarter, why don't we pause 10 seconds for station ID? This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Tonight's game between Alabama and Mississippi State is presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com. We continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth where you can feel good about your money. Once again, here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. Tyler Watts, your thoughts on where Alabama is now, beginning half number 2.
Got to love the fact that we took 2 turnovers away and turned it into 14 points, one by the defense and one by the offense. Very opportunistic right there. Did a nice job of responding to any scoring drives that Mississippi State put on there. Defense still playing well. That's really the difference, though, is the turnovers in the ball game right now. However, we've always talked about this. Alabama has always played well in the second half. But this is a different dynamic of something completely different here when you're up by 21. You have to maintain that intensity for the entire 4 quarters. This is a new place for Alabama. Can they come out here in the third quarter and really keep the pressure on State?
They have looked at times, especially defensively, like old Alabama. This is where you find out if they are. If they can keep the foot down on that gas pedal and continue to do the job defensively, but also maybe get some things going with more consistency offensively. I know they've scored 4 times, but I'm talking about in terms of executing, passing, and throwing. Kickoff by Reichard sails towards and through the back of the end zone, and State will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. And the Dogs have to be a little rattled right here with the way that first half ended.
Yeah, not real pleased with that, but there's an opportunity here for them to put something together. You know, Will Rogers, he has not had a ton of success throwing the ball. 2 picks. Hadn't been able to push the ball downfield like he did last week, and that's got to be a little frustrating, especially Tula Griffin. They really haven't been able to get him involved in the offense.
From the pistol formation, Rogers swings it out. That's a lateral to the man behind him. He will make the catch, get near the line of scrimmage, but he's going to lose a yard on the play. It was Tulu Griffin, got it to him, swinging it to him as he went basically behind the quarterback, but loses a yard on the play. Jihad Campbell among those that were there to greet him as he tried to get to the edge.
Well, they're trying to incorporate him because they have not had enough time to push him down the field.
Marks in the backfield to the right side of Rogers. He will work to the left. He's got a first down. He's got more across the 35 to about the 37-yard line. Caleb Downs kept that from being an even bigger run, but they do pick up 13 and move the chains there. And once again, Marks is slow getting to the sideline. He's got that leg that's been popped a couple of times by Alabama defenders.
Yeah, it's heavily taped, that left leg is, and he has to come off the field once again.
Jeffrey Pittman will replace him as they shift the tight end over to the left side. Play action by Rogers. Wanted to go deep, has to throw it underneath. Catch is made, out of bounds. Another first down. That's Tulu Griffin again. And boy, he delivered that throw literally just ahead of being leveled by Kool-Aid McKinstry.
And he couldn't have thrown it any better either. He did get pressure in his face. He delivered a strike as Malachi Moore was right in the back pocket of Tulu Griffin.
They bring the second quarterback out, Mike Wright. Coming off the field will be Rogers. Pittman in the backfield to the left of Wright, who had the touchdown run earlier. Handoff goes to Pittman, and he will work to the right side, and again is going to get near and to that first down marker. They'll spot him inside the 38-yard line of Alabama now as the Dogs, I won't say pick up where they left off at the end of the half, but where they had been going before the interception took place.
Well, and they're having a lot of success on the perimeter on the edge there as these linebackers for Alabama are scraping down, but they're not getting downhill towards the line of scrimmage.
3 wideouts left for the Dogs. Pittman gets the handoff again. This time he's stacked up. Malachi Moore leading the way. He loses a yard on that one. Back to the 38. It'll be 2nd and 11 from there. Here's Rogers back in, and Wright, the second quarterback, more of a running threat, comes off the field. Say that, Rogers had a pretty nice run earlier himself. 12 yards on a quarterback keep. He's operating out of the pistol. Rogers looking left, nothing there. Forced right, steps up in the pocket. He's going to run again. He's going to get 12 again, maybe 14 even, before he is forced out of bounds inside the 25 of Alabama. Another first down for the Dogs. They'll move the chains, setting up 1st and 10 from the Alabama 24-yard line.
Well, the pass was well covered by the secondary. For some reason, Chris Braswell as well as Jahad Campbell were kind of on the same side. You would think those guys being linebackers would be spread out and prevent that backside run by Rogers, but he took advantage and moved the chains once again.
Second 12-yard rush for him. 1st and 10 at the Alabama 24-yard line. 2 tight ends go to the left side, 2 wideouts left. Now they'll bring one to the right side. Quarterback keep the whole way with Wright going to the left. Is that confusing enough for you? W-R-I-G-H-T is Mike Wright, the quarterback. He went to the left side of the formation. He picked up a yard and a half, maybe 2, with a generous spot. Losing his helmet on the play was Bama's Trez Marshall. He'll come off for a play by rule, and now State will have 2nd down and 9. Kendrick Blackshire in for Marshall. Handoff goes right side, running room Pittman. 15, 10, breaks a tackle 5, and finally brought down around the 3-yard line. Justin Aboigbe chasing the play. Able to bring him down, but it'll be 1st and goal for State inside the Bama 5-yard line.
Caleb Downs a little late getting to the edge there. He's kind of the one responsible for making that tackle, and he was slow coming up, shaking his shoulder. I think he might have hit the ground hard.
Malik Ellis, the big 6'5", 265-pound tight end, checks in. He's to the right side of the formation. Rogers in at quarterback. He'll have 2 men in the backfield with him. As coming to the left side will be Pittman. They will hand it to him. Pittman changes direction, cutting it up the middle, but gets stacked up after a gain of a yard. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 2.5. Jahad Campbell along with Jamarian Latham there to provide the hit for Alabama. Again, Rogers comes out. They'll bring Mike Wright back in at quarterback.
Got to be able to set the edge here. Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell have to be able to funnel everything back up into the middle. State's had very little success between the tackles.
2 tight ends, but they put the big fella Malik Ellis basically as a wing back to the right side. Now shifting to the left, still at a wing. Handoff goes again to Pittman, stretches forward, got a yard, but it'll be 3rd and right at 2. 3rd and goal, I should say, from the 2. Aboigbe and Tim Keenan the 3rd stacked him up at that 2-yard line.
And they do it again. Obviously, this is 4-down territory for Mississippi State. They got to have touchdowns if they want to try to claw their way back into this ball game.
They put Rogers back in at quarterback. After all the shuffling and shifting that does take place, Pittman is the lone man in the backfield to the right of Rogers. Gets the snap. Rodgers looking to throw. Pressure coming. Dumps it off. Catch is made. Stretching it into the end zone for the touchdown is Jeffrey Pittman. That's a heck of a catch. And then the ability to turn his body upfield and get the yardage needed with Jihad Campbell, I believe, the man closing in on him. That's a heck of a play for a Mississippi State touchdown.
Yeah, you got to think on 3rd and 2 there. They're going to pass the ball. Going to go for it on 4th down if they don't catch it, but well executed. Not a great throw like you mentioned. Did just enough, though, to get it across.
Say that play's under review, and I'm not exactly sure what they would be reviewing here.
His knee came down before he hit the goal line, but I think the ball was about a yard inside the end zone when it did.
I thought he had gotten in pretty easily, so didn't even notice that the knee had hit. Ken Williamson, the official, and that may have been something that came from the booth. Well, the knee touched, but the ball was clearly at the line of scrimmage.
Unless they were looking one step ahead. Yeah, his right knee, before he lunged forward, kind of grazed the ground, and I'm sure that's what they're looking at.
Maybe.
It'd be inside the 1 yard line, but that's the only thing they could be looking at. That's not it.
Yeah, they're showing the replay, but
after further review, Julio touchdown stands.
To your point, Tyler, I thought it was a touchdown, but on the review, I'm not sure they looked at the right thing. At least what we saw on the television replay. Now the extra point attempt upcoming from Kyle Ferry.
You know, things right now, they're getting a little chippy down there on the field as well. A lot of pointing. The Alabama defense, you got the ball run down your throat.
So the left-footed kicker on to try his second extra point. This one is up. This one is also good. And we got a ball game again. It's 31-17. State back in it with 9:11 to go here in the 3rd quarter of play in Starkville. Timeout on the field. We're back in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Champions never give in. That's why Cadence Bank is the teammate to help you get the extra yardage you need to secure victory in your financial journey. Whether you're saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just need to tackle everyday life, we have the teammates, tools, and strategy to help you stay in the game. Dreams are in reach for those who never give up. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. That's cadencebank.com. Your team, your cadence. Cadence Bank, member FDIC.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
Nine minutes, 11 seconds left to go in this 3rd quarter. Alabama now in front by a 31-17 score against Mississippi State. Crimson Tide fans are reminded to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations. Flu season is coming and COVID-19 continues to affect our community. So don't wait, vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today to learn more about how you can stay up to date on vaccinations. ADPH is proud to support the Crimson Tide.
Thank you, Roger. Tyler Watts, Alabama really finished the first half strong with the touchdown drive, followed by an interception, and then the touchdown that followed with under a minute to go in the half. Now here we are with State answering the bell, no pun intended. But Bama's got to respond once again, as they have done throughout this game.
Yeah, they need to come out here and be focused in on what they're supposed to do and execute well defensively. We just got gashed once again there on the edges. Too much penetration, able to get to the edge without any hands on the ball carrier as they just hit chunk play after chunk play, running the football, and converted a couple third medium type scenarios, but got to regroup here defensively and offensively. Make sure you put together a good drive.
Alabama, as usual, with Kendrick Law and Ja'Cory Brooks as the deep men, sitting back with Brooks at the 10 at the left hash, the far side of the field. And the near hash back around the goal line is Law, waiting on the kickoff from Nick Barmira. And Brooks will run this one down at the 5, gets up to the 20, 25. Kendrick Law working his way forward, and then the ball was on the deck. Or was it? We just had a State player come flying in, and I thought Bama had lost the football. It wasn't the case. A couple of times I've been fooled by that tonight. Sorry, folks. But Law did indeed hang on to it as he got rocked down around the 26. So Alabama coming back out again with Jalen Milroe, who's 5 of 5 passing for 84 yards and also has a 53-yard touchdown run to his credit. And another shorter touchdown run as well. 8 carries, 76 yards, despite being sacked twice. Handoff goes to McClellan, fighting forward. He gets a yard and no more. He really had to labor to get that. Nathan Pickering, the nose guard, clogged things up in the middle.
Yeah, and they brought pressure from the outside. I think that ball was intended to go off left tackle because the pressure was forced back underneath, and there's just too much congestion there.
Oots, the tight end, offset to the right side. Play action. Milroe stepping up, looking, firing downfield. Has Niblack. Great leaping catch right at midfield. Moved the sticks on a bank first. First down for Alabama.
That's an amazing catch right there because Marcus Bank, the safety, cornerback rather, for Mississippi State, as well as middle linebacker, were sinking deep in coverage. That ball had to be thrown high in order for Niblack to go up and high point and bring it down.
Second catch for him, 23 yards on the pickup there. Oots, the tight end, left with Niblack there as well. Option pitch left side, and that was a misread on the part of Milroe. Is stacked up, or was it?
Oots just missed his block. Oots missed his block there. He had a corner fire. He was responsible for picking up the Carlos Nicholson, and he just absolutely missed the block on the edge. That's what resulted in the loss.
It was Jason McClellan who got leveled for a loss of 5 on the play.
You know, cornerbacks are hard to block, especially if you're a big guy, because you don't have the lateral movement they do, but you can't over-commit to going and trying to decapitate them.
2 wideouts right. They come inside. They're bunched all to the right side. With 1 left, the handoff will go to McClellan. He gets tripped and spun as he fights forward about a yard shy of the original line of scrimmage. So 3rd and 11 upcoming for Alabama. The middle linebacker, Nathaniel Watson, is the guy that got a hand on Jace.
Jet Johnson also in there as well, and he was slow coming up for the Bulldogs. But, hey, listen, if you get some of this, make it manageable, you may consider going for it on 4th down.
You got 3rd and 11 right at their own 49-yard line. McClellan in the backfield with Milroe. Jalen looking with time. He's going to run right side, or is he? He's going to throw it now. He's got a man catch. Niblack in traffic. Brings in another one, and Alabama will move the chains again. Another 3rd down completion to Amari Niblack. And wow, one of the best throws we have seen from Jalen Milroe in his Alabama career.
Niblack was going across the formation, across the defense there. He sat down in an open space. The only thing you'd like to see is for him to work his way back towards the quarterback. It's not across the grain.
It's great because it was completed into triple coverage. Would have been terrible if it had been picked. Fires one left side. Catch is made. That's going to be Kendrick Law, a gain of about 5. 2nd and 5 from around the 25 for Alabama.
State not adding an extra rusher at all, and so there's plenty of time for Milroe to look downfield. He's doing a good job of taking what the defense is getting. He's not forcing it and getting impatient. He's picking up these 4- and 5-yard short gainers. This is a completely different looking offense right now than what we saw in the first half.
From just outside the state 25-yard line, Bama with 2nd and 5. Milroe hands it off up the middle. Roydell Williams fighting forward. He's going to be a yard shy of that first down marker. 3rd and a little more than a foot upcoming. Jalen Milroe, 8 of 8, 132 yards passing. He has also had 8 carries for 76 yards and 2 scores tonight. Jalen with 2 wideouts, 1 to each side. Quarterback keep ahead. He's got the first down, getting to that 20-yard line. That sets up 1st and 10 from right at the Chick-fil-A red zone.
That's an unstoppable play. The quarterback sneak. Anytime you get 3rd and less than a yard or even at a yard, use your big quarterback just to lean forward and pick up and move the chains. You don't risk anything else that really has troubled this Alabama offense to this point with the bad snaps or penetration.
14th bank first down tonight for Alabama. Roydell Williams in the backfield, gets the handoff, fights to the 15, fights forward to about the 13-yard line. 2nd down upcoming for Alabama as they spot him right at the 15-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 5 from there. Nathaniel Watson keeping that from being more of a big gainer for the Tide.
You have a nice patience of allowing the hole to open up, doing a little stutter step, cutting it back inside, and picking up even an extra 2 or 3 yards on the play.
Williams still in the backfield to the left of Jalen. Milroe pistol formation brings Benson in to the right side, hands it off to Roydell, and he'll get maybe to the line of scrimmage, but no more. Deshaun Page, the strong side linebacker, makes the hit there.
This is when it's tough, too, because now safeties are truly in run support. Everyone's right there around the line of scrimmage because you don't have a lot of field to work with in the passing game. Play action would be nice there on those 2nd and medium type plays as well moving forward.
Jalen threw an interception on 3rd down in a similar spot a week ago. See what he can do on 3rd and 5. Empty backfield now as he looks. Pressure coming. Tried to step up, but he's going to go down. The 3rd sack of the night for Mississippi State as they'll spot him right at the 20-yard line.
Normally you say do not take a sack in the red zone. The only thing you would say here is he didn't throw an interception, and that's a positive. Easy field goal here. Only thing you would have liked to have seen is some takeoff run a little bit quicker, but not really a whole lot to go. Mississippi State brought 6. They clogged up all the running lanes.
Spot from the 27-yard line by Burnham. Reichert on to try what will be a 37-yard kick. Snap and spot are good. The kick has plenty of leg, and it is up, and it is good. Once again, Will Reichert still perfect as he boots that one through and gives Alabama now a 34-17 lead. Timeout on the field, 2:50 remaining. 3rd quarter of play here in Starkville. Bama up over the Dogs on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here. I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy.
Protect your legacy. Visit ready.gov/plan for the tools and tips you need to start your emergency preparedness plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Third quarter in Starkville, 2:50 left to go in quarter number 3. It's now Alabama 34, Mississippi State 17. We just saw Will Reichard 38-yard field goal. The Bromberg scoring drive for Alabama, 12 plays, 54 yards. It took 6 minutes and 12 seconds off the clock. Tonight's radio affiliate of the game is The Score, 92.7 FM in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. You can follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Huge thank you to The Score, 92.7 FM in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, for carrying Alabama football this season. And I mentioned again, the Crimson Tide were able to go 54 yards on its first drive of the second half. So congratulations to Jeff Mahaffey from Birmingham. He is the winner of the Domino's Drive for Dough, again getting a $54 gift card to Domino's for Alabama scoring to begin this third quarter of play, now up 34-17.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. The Crimson Tide getting the 3 points from Will Reichard, and again answering right there. Really, really nice.
It was, and able to overcome several mishaps that put them behind the chains, but able to overcome that, which was very impressive. Jalen Milrose looks awfully good throwing the football tonight. I'm not saying anything, but he's having a good night.
Understandable. Kickoff from Reichard will once again sail through the back of the end zone. T.J. Griffin on that end of the field had no opportunities. I know there's not much of a breeze at all. It was less than 5 miles per hour coming into the ball game, and there's not much now, but boy, the kick's there. A little more momentum. Speaking of momentum, boy, we know how to kill it here. 2:50 to go in the third quarter. Timeout on the field. Bama 34, State 17. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
We're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Back in Starkville, where the Crimson Tide are enjoying a 34-17 lead against Mississippi State with 2:50 remaining in this third quarter. Tonight's game is presented by Pensacola. It's the perfect getaway for Bama fans. Plenty of sunshine, sugar white sand, and warm emerald water at Pensacola Beach and Perdido Key. All you need to do is relax and watch the tide roll. That's the way to beach, Bama fans. Plan your trip at visitpensacola.com. Earlier, of course, talked to Coach Saban at halftime as our Cooks Pest Control sideline Sideline Reporter, again brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Really good energy, not only on the Bama sidelines, but right behind. So much Crimson, Chris Stewart, in this building. And even though it may be small, the $1 Million Band that sent a pep band here tonight, providing us with Yay Alabama several times before halftime, really fired everyone up.
Does indeed. You don't need $1 million worth of the band. About 50 grand worth will do just fine. We play in the right song. No doubt about that. State will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Will Rogers out right now, and Mike Wright is in. Actually, Rogers is split wide to the left side, and Wright is the quarterback.
We got Kool-Aid on him, though.
Yeah, Kool-Aid. Oh, yeah. Kool-Aid's daring him to jump off that line of scrimmage like he's going to go out for a pass. Seth Davis is the running back as they'll bring a man in motion to the left side. Handoff goes to Davis, changes direction, going from left now to right side, and gains maybe a couple of yards on the play. They're trying to throw a lot of eye candy at Alabama right now just to keep that defense guessing and leaning, and frankly, it's worked pretty efficiently.
Well, it didn't work right there. That ball was intended to go to the left side of the line of scrimmage, but it was forced to reverse field. But Terrion Arnold, as well as Malachi Moore, did an outstanding job of preventing that from getting to the edge.
Davis in the backfield. Rogers hands it off to him, and Davis will stretch forward across the 30 to about the 31-yard line.
Trez
Marshall with a stop along with Jalen Key.
Yeah, and Trez Marshall was right there as well in that hole, but unable to wrap him up close to the line of scrimmage as he fell forward.
3rd down upcoming for the Dogs. They're 5 of 9 tonight on 3rd downs. 3rd down and 4. Rogers looking, firing downfield. Has a man down there, but it's beyond his reach. Good coverage on the part of Caleb Downs on Xavier Thomas, the intended receiver. He was with him step for step, and that pass was beyond the reach of Thomas.
You have to find a way to get off the field, and Alabama does that right here. Would have had to have been a perfect throw to drop down in there because the coverage was outstanding.
Just the 3rd punt from Crimmins today. He has averaged 48 yards on a pair of kicks. Kool-Aid standing back around his 26-yard line. He dropped one earlier, but somehow got back on it. Waiting on this end-under-end kick. Fair catch called for, and a flag comes flying in from way over here on the near boundary by the field judge. I'm not going to say I'm not exactly sure. I got no clue would be the more accurate saying as to what Barry Blackwell, the field judge, saw.
Here's the kick. Holding. Receiving team number 9. 10-yard penalty. Into the kick. 1st down.
Trey Amos guilty of that for the Crimson Tide. 4th penalty. Total of 25 yards. And so this will back it up all the way to the 20. 1st and 10 Alabama from right there. Milroe, who has had 10 carries for 72 yards and a couple of scores. 132 yards passing so far on the night. Dupree comes in motion as they'll hand it off. Making one man miss is McClellan, and Jace will fight forward for about 4, maybe 5 yards even, as they spot him right at the 25-yard line. Down to 1:17 and ticking, time left here in the 3rd quarter. Alabama a 34-17 lead over the Bulldogs of Mississippi State, who have a player down on the field. Defense has been really laboring tonight with the way the Tide has been able to have some success. Jaden Crumedy, big defensive tackle out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, the one being attended to down on the field. It's an Andrews Sports Medicine injury timeout, brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center. That's the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Cowbells ringing, but only about 60% of the crowd that we had at kickoff, maybe. Yes. 70 at the most.
It's thinned out. Good bit.
Glad to hear it, as we are among those grains of sand trying to pass through the hourglass that is Highway 82. That little stretch of Gordo is kind of the middle of the hourglass right there that's tough to fit through. And it already 10:30 Central Time. Going to be well past midnight before I just know this, 8 o'clock services are not going to be highly attended tomorrow morning. If you got multiple services, you'll have plenty of good seats available to you in the first one. It'll be second and 5 upcoming for Alabama, but again, the injured player down for Mississippi State, Jaden Crumedy, still being attended to. This is one where they finally got him sitting up now. I have no idea what type of injury it may be. Tyler, what are you guessing?
I know they were kind of massaging that neck area. You always get concerned. Maybe it was just a little stinger, but it's good to see him up moving around now, walking off.
Yeah, nobody's even helping him. Yeah, he was in some pain, but now able to get up off the field and walk off on his own power. McClellan still in at running back for Alabama. Lines up to the right of Milroe, who has one wide out to each side of the field, and the tight end, two tight end look to the right side of the formation. Now Oots will shift left and shifts back right. The snap, the handoff going again to McClellan. Jace is going to get stacked up as he gets forward to about the 28-yard line. John Lewis, the strong side linebacker out of Canton, Mississippi, is there to make the stop. But a big third down and about 3 upcoming for the Tide here, as we're under a minute now remaining in the third quarter. 45 seconds and moving. The time on the clock. Third right at 2 yards. Bama's 5 of 9 on third down conversion attempts so far tonight. They've got to get right to the 30-yard line. The nose of the football at the moment's on the 28. McLaughlin to snap it to Milroe. Jaylor, pressure coming, throws, got a man down there, but it's incomplete. He had to unload that one as he had pressure in his face. Trying to get to him was Jet Johnson, the weak side linebacker. And the intended pass for Jalen Hill falls incomplete. The first one that has done so on 9 passing attempts so far tonight by Jalen.
Yeah, but that's the matchup that you want. You got Hill, who has pretty good speed, going against Marcus Banks, the safety. That's the one-on-one matchup you can take advantage of it. He knew he was going to get hit. He recognized the coverage and didn't quite throw a catchable ball, but one that Hill also has to understand his quarterback's under pressure and adjust to it.
Burnup's had 2 punts tonight. The short one covered 49 yards. The big one covered 67. And this one is a high wobbly kick that'll be fair caught around the 27-yard line by Mississippi State's Tulu Griffin. That one is 45 yards, but with great hang time, and State will have it. First and 10. The Dogs hanging around. 14 seconds remaining in this third quarter. And they get the football back. State does. Trying once again to claw their way back in this one. Bama with a 17-point lead. But a lot of time left if State is able to do something offensively. Davis in the backfield, lined up behind Will Rogers in the pistol formation. The big tight end to the left is Malik Ellis. They'll hand it off. Going right side with it is Davis, and Davis will get stacked up on what's the final play of the third quarter of action. Caleb Downs with a stop. Final seconds tick away on this third quarter, and they will switch ends of the field. And Alabama will have a 34-17 lead over Mississippi State when we come back to Starkville here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, you hear a lot of coaches talk about class. You're not born with it, nor can you buy it. In a lot of ways, class is how you carry yourself and how you treat others. At Dex Imaging, they treat everybody with class, from their employees to their customers to their business partners. So if you need a copier and printer company that understands class, then give Dex Imaging a call. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, son, how are you feeling?
I'm fine, Pops.
What's on your mind?
I can't explain it. Navigating without a compass, eyes waiting, started to wonder. Metamorphosis, philosophy without choice.
When your kid can't find the language, help them find the lyrics. Listen to the Sound It Out album and get tips and tools to start a conversation at soundidouttogether.org. Brought to you by Ad Council and Pivotal Ventures.
And your college school board is brought to you live tonight by the folks at Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth. How about the Ole Miss Rebels? They rebound from the loss last week, taking down LSU in a thriller tonight, 55-49. Right now, number 7 Washington is leading Arizona 21-10. That game is in the second half. And South Alabama falls to James Madison tonight in Harrisonburg, Virginia. The final there was 31-23. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. Let's send you back right now to Starkville, Mississippi. Roger Hoover.
Thank you so much, Brian Houseworth. Third quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. Just like the Tide on the field, Knox Pest Control experts respond to you with speed. Defend your home and business from unwanted pests with Knox Pest Control. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit KNOXPest.com. Knox knocks them out. It's the Crimson Tide Mississippi State outscored Alabama 7-3 in the third quarter of play. But again, the Crimson Tide enjoying a 34-17 lead. With only 15 minutes left to go in this game. Tonight's game is presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com. Broadcast booth is always brought to you by Alabama Credit Union, where you can feel good about your money. Again, it's Alabama 34, Mississippi State 17 as we begin the fourth quarter.
The Rhythmic Cowbell Choir from here at Starkville First, getting them going as we head to the fourth quarter of play. Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts. You heard from Roger Hoover a few moments ago. Our Facebook Live camera brought to us by Ethan Carabin. Tom Stipe, our producer engineer. Butch Owens, our spotter. Jim Carabin, our vice president, general manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Rogers on 2nd and 8. Play action. Swings it out right side. Catch made. Tulu Griffin making that grab for a first down, getting up near the 43-yard line of Mississippi State. Bulldogs will have it 1st and 10 right there.
Yeah, we brought pressure from the boundary with Campbell and Malachi Moore, just unable to get to Will Rogers before he was able to complete the pass.
The redshirt sophomore from Pensacola, Simeon Price, in now in the backfield for Mississippi State, with quarterback Will Rogers operating just in front of him in the pistol formation. They flip it. They flip it again. End around to the near side of the field. It's Thomas who got the pitch from Tulu Griffin, who originally got the flip from the quarterback Will Rogers, and all of that traffic and activity for what was only no gain. They ran a whole lot, did a whole lot of trickeration there, and got nothing to show for it.
Yeah, Chris Braswell wasn't biting at all, and he had an opportunity. Would have been an outstanding play in the backfield. Did his best to bring down Thomas, but slowed him down enough to force him out of bounds.
Price to the left of Rogers, who will roll to his left and swing it out to a man who gets wrapped up and brought down. Antonio Harmon got corralled by Alabama's Dallas Turner as he got back to the line of scrimmage. It will be 3rd and 10.
They ran this play in the first quarter with great success as they were able to slip Thomas into the flat. Harmon into the flat for a big gainer. Dallas Turner sniffed it out.
He's mad because he didn't get a loss of yardage on the play. He did get back to the line of scrimmage, but 3rd and 10 upcoming for the Dogs. They're 5 of 10 on 3rd down conversion attempts. Quarterback keep. Rogers able to elude one man, but not a second. He goes down. Great play defensively. Jalen Key along with Jamarian Latham able to get there, and the Crimson Tide will force State to punt it once again. Are they going to go for it here? Looks like they are around midfield with 12:58 and ticking left to play, and Bama on top 34-17. The Dogs feel like they have to go for it on 4th and 11, and they're probably right. They have any hope. They've got to keep the drive alive. 3 wideouts right, 1 left. Single set back to the right of Rogers. Looking. He's going to go down. Dallas Turner again is there. 3rd sack of the ball game for Alabama, and the Tide will take over on downs at the Mississippi State 34-yard line, and the Guthrie sack count now is at 16 for the year.
Well, it's just a 4-man rush, and when you're able to get home with just 4 down linemen, that's saying something pretty spectacular. Everybody's back in coverage. You force Will Rogers to read coverage in order to find a small hole to throw it through. Dallas Turner, when he gets that one-on-one, though, a little inside move underneath, he's able to bring it home.
So Alabama trying to put this one away. 12 and a half to go in the ball game. 4th quarter action. Roydell Williams now joining Milroe in the backfield. The flip, though, will go to Niblack. Amari going left side with a flag on the play. Will stretch forward initially for a gain of 9, but unfortunately Isaiah Bond looking really guilty as he is going to walk back.
Holding offense number 45.
Oops, sorry.
10-yard penalty for previous spot.
My apologies, Isaiah. Robbie Oots was the guilty party. The hold whistled on him. And so this one will come back. Well, that's a big loss. Instead of 2nd and a couple, now it'll be 1st down all the way back at the 45-yard line. Second holding penalty on Alabama tonight.
But it's just 1st down.
That is true. 1st and a bunch. 20. Empty set. Milroe from the shotgun. Looking. Stepping up in the pocket. Plenty of time. Now bounces right. Still looking downfield. Decides, I better go down. He had some help heading that direction. He got hit as he went to the sideline. Thankfully hops up and seems to be okay heading back to the huddle. But a loss of a couple on the play. 4th sack officially as he was hit before he went out of bounds. So 2nd down and 22 now for the Tide.
Well, he rolled to the right, and he had no receivers in a scramble drill trying to help him out. They all just kind of sat still.
Milroe again for the pistol. Single set back to his left, and Roydell Williams. Pump fake. Looking deep. Boy, he's got all day. Still looking. Now steps up in the pocket. He wants to run. Now he'll throw it. Catch made. Dupree. 35, 30, 25, 20. 1st down, Alabama. A bank first down on a great scramble, great patience, and great blocking by the Alabama line, giving Jalen Milroe all night long to find a receiver.
Yeah, plenty of time to throw the ball, but you did have a bust on the route. You had 2 guys kind of running a 12-yard out that were in the same vicinity, so still an error in the passing schemes of what they're trying to do, but you took something bad and you made a positive out of it because you played within yourself.
Just outside the Chick-fil-A red zone, operating for the 21. Roydell Williams to the left of Milroe. Jalen looking with pressure coming up the middle all day. Has a man back of the end zone. Niblack hit as he goes out of bounds. Did he make the grab? They say no. Boy, he made the catch, but he was out the back of the end zone as he made that grab.
Either he's not aware that it wasn't called a touchdown, or he thinks they're going to review this thing, because he got up celebrating, and rightfully so. That is a mismatch. A tight end on a safety Oh, he was so close. I think that it is going to be incomplete. Man, what concentration. That was almost like Tyrone Pro throw.
The catch on the back of the defender of Southern Miss that night for the Tide. Now Milroe will hand it off. Fighting forward, a gain of a couple on the play, maybe even 3. Nathaniel Watson on the stop of, I believe, Jace McClellan there.
You know, that's a fortunate play, too, because that was a bad snap. Jalen Milroe did a good job picking it off of his left foot and able to get it into the belly
of Roydell.
Yeah.
Now here is McClellan back into the game to replace him. On third down at about 7. Clock moving, 10:15 to go, tied up 34-17 over the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. Movement first by State, then by Caden Proctor, the left tackle for Alabama. Let's see who they're going to call this.
Start, offense number 74. 5-yard penalty.
Tough break there for Caden. He was not the first guy to move. Third false start on 6 penalties for Alabama tonight.
Yeah, Zachary Tillman came across the line. I'm not sure why they called it on Cade Proctor.
So now 3rd and 11. They've got to get to the 11-yard line to keep this one going. Already within the range of Reichert, of course. Milroe stepping up in the pocket, looking, firing, catch made. McClellan, he's at the 18-yard line. He's going to be brought down there. It'll be 3rd and 5. Check that, 4th and 5, excuse me. And it's Will Reichert time now for Alabama. He's already made 2 field goals this evening.
Well, it's a good job of understanding down and distance and situation in the game. You need to walk away with points. You don't force it into coverage or that penalty now. You think about it. 3rd and 5, that's a lot more options. Well, there's a lot more options.
So from the near hash, the hold from Burnip, the snap upcoming from Nealon Hibbett, Will Reichert trying a 34-yard field goal. Snap is fire good, the kick with plenty of leg. It is up, and stop me if you've heard this, from Will Reichert, it's good. 3rd field goal tonight. And once again for Will, that is his 10th field goal of the season. 37-17, 9:04 to play here in Starkville. We're back right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know that a perfect football field is all about the details. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate. Take the head groundskeeper, for example.
Hands at 10 and 2. 90-degree turns, perfect stripes every time.
He knows, because he's done this 100 times. Just like he knows that paying attention on the road can save safe drivers 40% with Allstate.
Saving 40% is based on the national average premium savings for Allstate auto customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Bromberg scoring drive to the Crimson Tide. 6 plays, 18 yards, 3:29 off the clock as Will Reichert connects on a 34-yard field goal to give Alabama a 37-17 lead with 9:04 remaining here in the fourth quarter. On this drive, we saw the best move of the game. It's presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. It was Jalen Milroe moving all over the place thanks to the good protection from the offensive line, finally connecting to tight end C.J. Dupree on a 26-yard pass completion that helped the Crimson Tide get closer, get moving on this drive towards that field goal. So certainly good to see that for the Crimson Tide as Alabama again now enjoys a 20-point lead here in the fourth quarter in Starkville.
And Tyler Watts, the Crimson Tide, with this one firmly in control. That being said, Nick Saban does not care what the score is. He's wanted to see execution down these final 9 minutes and 4 seconds.
Well, this is the time of the game where you start counting possessions. We always talk about it. You're still only 3 possessions up. With 9 minutes to go, Will Rogers in this offense feels very comfortable and just throwing the ball constantly. So it ain't over yet.
I hear you, Coach.
Just such a pessimist, aren't I?
I just figured you had your son listening and you were trying to send a message to him. High kick by Riker that's going to be fielded right at the 15-yard line by Tulu Griffin. They will stretch him towards the right side and bring him down. Bama will right around the 19-yard line. Good coverage to Corey Brooks there on the stop for Alabama as the Dogs will take over 1st and 10. Big thank you to Butch Owens, best spotter in the business. He has been getting after it tonight. Always appreciate his efforts, and also Roger Hoover, the stuff that, unless you're watching on Facebook Live, you have no idea what they're helping me with, but huge help. Tom Stipe in my ear. You ain't bad either, Watts. 1st and 10. Mississippi State operating from their own 18-yard line. Rogers swings it out near side. Catch made Thomas and wrapped up on a nice play by Caleb Downs. And again, you talked about it. This is a guy you love to watch, and you'd love to have a little peek to what he's going to be like in about 2-3 years.
And you got to think that Mississippi State, as hard as Caleb Downs comes up, somebody's watching this film and going, if we can get some sort of double move, we might have a chance for a home run. But man, he is aggressive coming to the line of scrimmage.
They roll the pocket left side, and they will complete the pass, but a great stop by Alabama defensively. Seth Davis made the grab. Tresman Marshall is the one that slugged him down literally, setting up 3rd and about 4. Right around the 24-yard line. State's 5 of 11 on 3rd downs so far on the night. Clock ticking down near 8 minutes now left to play in the ball game. Waiting as Rogers gets the shotgun snap. Pressure coming up the middle. He will roll to his right. Looking downfield. Nothing there. He'll fire it out of bounds, stopping the clock with 7:46 to go, but setting up a 4th down and 4 for the Dogs. Jihad Campbell and Justin Aboigbe chasing Rogers there.
Boy, Mississippi State's going to lead the offense. I would have surely thought they would punt the ball here just to keep this thing from getting completely out of control. But you know what? I guess Zach Arnett's trying to send a little message to his football team that we're not going to quit regardless of what the situation is.
0 for 1 on 4th down tries tonight. Bama's got too many men on the field, don't they? Nope, just lined up wrong. Now Rogers will throw it downfield. That's going to be picked off. Intercepted by Downs. His first pick in an Alabama uniform. He's forced out of bounds near the 35. Alabama's defense turns away the Dogs again. 3rd interception of the night by the Bama D.
Yeah, ball's just underthrown. He had the one-on-one to the outside. Malachi Moore, I believe, was in trail position. And Caleb Downs was just playing that free safety. He had half the field and just reading the eyes of Rogers. A nice job breaking on it.
17th interception of the year for Alabama. Or takeaway, I'm sorry. A pick for kids brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Timeout on the field. 7:38 to go. Bama in control. It's 37-17 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Crimson Tide fans, it's tough to win without teamwork. And Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage are a championship team. Buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, and you could get up to $10,000 toward closing from Rocket Mortgage.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Yeah.
It's like having a great coaching quarterback duo on your team. Visit onlywithrocket.com today.
Let's go!
Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage partner of Alabama Athletics.
For purchase transaction only, call 1-8337-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
1225 is your ultimate game day destination. Catch the game on one of their 35 big screen high-def TVs, combined with an extensive menu of mouth-watering food and refreshing drinks. Juicy burgers, crispy wings, craft beers, signature cocktails. 1225, where the energy is high, the screens are massive, and the excitement is contagious. Visit 1225 on the Strip in Tuscaloosa, less than 2 blocks from Bryant-Denny Stadium. 1225 Sports Bar, where sports, food, and fun collide.
I was 38 and expecting my first baby. The pregnancy was high risk due to my age, so I required constant monitoring. My nurse Hannah was so compassionate. She answered all of my questions and took care of every need. At one point my blood pressure dropped. Hannah kept me calm and called in help. Thankfully, all went well with the delivery, and now I have a beautiful baby girl. At the DCH Women's Pavilion, you can tell they love bringing babies into the world.
DCH, champions for your health.
7:38 left to go in Starkville, Alabama, leading by 20, 37-17. Again, the Crimson Tide with another interception. So participating Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate another $1,000 to Children's of Alabama. That's our Picks for Kids partner. That is 6 picks for the Crimson Tide this year and $6,000 for Children's of Alabama. A special thank you to the Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama who are supporting Children's of Alabama this season. Again, the Crimson Tide with the advantage by 20. We've seen several sacks in this game for the Crimson Tide. 4 in this contest, again brought to you by Guthrie's, America's original chicken finger restaurant, now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Get a sackful at Guthrie's.
Thank you, Roger. Ty Simpson now in at quarterback for Alabama, the second-year freshman from Martin, Tennessee. 6 of 10 for 78 yards on the season. Operating from the 34 of Mississippi State. He will hand it off. Jam Miller getting his first carry of the night. We pause 10 seconds after a 1-yard gain for station identification here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. They say no gain officially for Jam Miller. Sophomore out of Tyler, Texas. He had been suspended for the first half of the game for targeting a week ago, as Butch reminds me. That's why we didn't see him in the first half. And now Simpson will keep it himself. He's tripped up nicely on a good play by the state defense.
Probably a good thing he was, because Bryce Pollock was about to come up and put a lick on him.
Nice job on the part of the Bulldogs. And Pollock getting credit for that stop. A loss of a yard on the play. Three wideouts right, 1 left. Miller in the backfield to the left of Simpson. Getting the snap. Simpson wanting to throw. Fires one right side, and that one is almost caught. Also, almost picked off. A dangerous throw. Jalen Hale, though, turned out to be the only one to get a hand on it. State had a man over there that was in the passing lane, but Simpson's throw, thankfully, was high enough.
I'm not sure how Marcus Banks didn't intercept that, because he was sitting right underneath Hale, who was just kind of went on like a little 12-yard stop route on the perimeter.
Bama's going to go for it on 4th and 11, and State moved, I believe, or at least that's what J.C. Latham is hoping will be the call. If they're going to say offsides, that's the initial signal.
Offside. Defense number 36. The movement by the defense caused the offense to react. 5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down.
Poor Caden Proctor standing over the sidelines going, wait a minute. How come I didn't get that one? They give him 5 yards, and that will bring Will Reichert
onto the field now to try what will be a 48-yard field goal from the near hash. This would be, what, his 4th kick of the night? High snap. Good job getting it down. The kick is up. It's got enough leg, and it is good. Boy, an assist there from Burnip on a slightly high snap. And then Reichert able to boot it through for his 4th field goal of the evening, and Alabama's got a 40-17 lead with 6:08 left to play. If you're listening at home, you can start singing Dixieland Delight. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Will Reichert with a 48-yard field goal caps the Bromberg scoring drive at 4 plays, 4 yards, a minute 30 off the clock. Alabama with a 40-17 lead at Mississippi State with 6:08 remaining. The attendance figures are courtesy of ATIX, the official attendance for tonight's game. 60,111 fans at Davis Wade Stadium. ATIX, the proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATIX says thank you to all Crimson Tide fans here today in Starkville. And we also have to say a huge thank you and a shout out to the awesome team at Big Mike's Steakhouse for taking care of us this year. Thank you to Big Mike, Scott, Kane, Michael, Brad, the whole staff for their great food and warm Southern hospitality. Locations in Thomasville, Andalusia, Auburn, Guntersville, Orange Beach, and Mountville. You're always close to a Big Mike's. Visit online at BigMikeSteakhouse.com.
Roger, thank you. Those of you who thought the late kick might have Alabama sluggish, horse feathers. Tide's doing just fine. Thank you very much. 40-17 with 6:08 left to play, and Connor Talty on now to kick. Will Reichert getting the rest of the night off. Talty from Chicago, St. Rita's High School, 6'1", 195. The freshman kicks this one down to the 8-yard line. Griffin will bring it ahead, goes left side. That's actually Xavier Thomas, who's going to be brought down by Talty. Wow, his kick didn't carry as far as he would have liked, but all of his teammates are going over to get him. The form tackle on the part of the freshman as he saved a touchdown around the 41-yard line, 42-yard line. They'll spot it. 1st and 10 Bulldogs from there.
Kick coverage has not been great, though, has it? You don't want your kicker making the tackles.
But it was a good one.
No, it was a great tackle.
That was out of fear, though.
That head on the backside hip, just like they teach now.
Whoa, we got a chance to see the replay. Will Reichert.
I wouldn't have done that. That's what he's saying.
All right. If you can't get through the end zone, they don't have to do that.
Just push him out of bounds.
Will tried to grab on and hang on earlier on one as the Dogs will hand it off right side to Davis, and he will stretch forward across midfield and get into Bama territory around the 47. Trez Marshall was on the stop. He was a little slow to get up, but now seems to be fine as he heads back to his position. Frontline defenders are still out there.
Everybody's out
for
there.
Alabama.
No,
yeah,
everybody is. I mean, They don't want to allow another point in here. You got all the starters still out there.
Monkel Goodwine is out on the field now for Alabama. One of the reserves. Catch is made near the near side boundary. Antonio Harmon making the grab and then pushed out of bounds. See this a good bit. Nick Saban still coaching and fussing and fuming across the way as they are giving up some yardage, but occasionally you will see another guy mixed in, another defender or two mixed in that may be a little further down the depth chart, but not yet. Handing it off, they go left side. They'll get about 3 yards, 4 even from Kevon Lee, Penn State transfer, who has enough for the first down. Fresh set of downs as they move the sticks inside the Bama 35 to the 33. Guys, y'all could make my job a lot more enjoyable taping the Nick Saban television show if you would please keep them out of the end zone in this final 4.5 minutes. 40-17, Alabama at the moment. Snap goes to Rogers, looking deep down the left side, but McKinstry with good coverage on the intended receiver. It's incomplete, and it will be second down and 10. Kool-Aid step for step with the intended receiver there for the Bulldogs. I think that was maybe Roberson, but I'm not certain.
And I think that Roberson was expecting a back shoulder fade. The ball was thrown over top.
State goes with 2 wideouts right. Single wideout to the left is Thomas. They shift the tight end to the left side of the formation as Rogers gets the snap, hands it off, changing directions. Flag on the play as they'll pick up good yardage there on 2nd and 10, getting 9 yards, but I think this one's coming back. Lee again on the carry.
Illegal formation. Offense, more than 4 players lined up in the backfield. 5-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
4:15 the time left. Third penalty, 15 yards on State. Bama commanding 40-17 lead, trying to keep it as much of a separation as there is now between the Tide of the Dogs. Seth Davis in the backfield as Rogers gets the snap, firing across the middle. Catch is made and working inside the 30, but shy of the first down is Roberson once again. He'll get stacked up, and it'll be third about 11 upcoming. Bama's got a man down, Chris Braswell, I believe. Maybe the player down. Nope, that's not Braswell. Excuse me. Can't tell at the moment. We'll check while there is a timeout on the field. We'll take the break as well. 3:39 to go here in Starkville. It's Bama 40, Mississippi State 17 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Bama's football tradition includes 18 national championships and 29 SEC titles. Reminds me of another winning tradition, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. You know, I have peace of mind knowing that my home is protected by Cook's and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 2.9% APR for 36 months on our new 2023 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 3rd, 2023. $0 for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. 2904 monthly payment for $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
When the unexpected happens in business, your insurance coverage is the real MVP. Your local agent and their partner Frankenmuth Insurance are true team players. We provide unique coverage to tackle risk head-on so you can stay in the game. Let's get frank about your business insurance. To find a local agent today, visit Frankenmuth Insurance at www.fmins.com. That's www.fmins.com.
3 minutes, 39 seconds left to go. Alabama with a 40-17 lead at Mississippi State. We just had an Andrews Sports Medicine injury timeout. Again, brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Jamarian Latham shaken up on the play, but was able to return to his feet and walk back to the Crimson Tide sideline under his own power. After this ball game is over, make sure you stay tuned for the Regions fifth quarter show and post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you also, Ethan Carabin has been providing our Facebook Live feed here in our press box. We appreciate those of you that have stayed up checking to see how many times I would yawn tonight. It has been, there were a lot more before the game than there have been during the game itself, but it has not been a snoozer. It's good to see Bama put 40 on the board and play as well as they have defensively.
Continuing to play well on the defensive side. Giving up a lot of yards rushing, but has done a pretty good job inside the red zone of forcing field goals. Well, just one, actually.
State 5 of 12 on third downs tonight. Once we get the go-ahead from television, we can go ahead and resume play. It'll be 3rd and 5. Mississippi State and Alabama with 3 timeouts left. Hopefully we get 2 stops here and don't have to worry about timeouts anymore. Kevon Lee in the backfield behind Rogers from the pistol. They'll hand it off to him. He will be brought down for no gain on the play. Tresman Marshall from the backside able to bring it down.
He is so quick of getting through the line of scrimmage. It's amazing. And one thing he struggled with in the first couple of weeks was just wrapping up. Get those tackles for a loss, but he has done a much better job this evening of being under control and being able to wrap up.
State may have lost a yard on that play. They're 0 for 2 on 4th downs tonight. Trying it again here. They've got to get to the Alabama 23. They're operating from the 29. Looking, Rogers stepping up, firing. He's got a man, but it's knocked away. Kool-Aid McKinstry knocked it away at the last moment. Bama will take over on downs. And you can wrap this one now in crimson and white with 2:46 to go.
And it all started up front, too. James Smith, he's freshly out on the field, done an outstanding job of forcing the throw early. And it was a bang-bang. McKinstry got there right as the ball was being caught and knocked it away.
40-17 Alabama. Crimson Tide set to run the clock. Justice Haynes in the ball game for the first time as a would-be ball carrier for the Tide. Buford High School in Georgia, one of the top high school running backs in the country. Number 2 running back in the nation coming out of Buford High, gets the carry. Runs right up the middle and pulls people with him for a gain of a couple on the play. Brand new line. James Brockermeyer in at center. Elijah Pritchett at tackle. Ferguson at guard. Jaden Roberts in at a guard slot as well. Miles McVay also in the game for Alabama on the offensive front. Olas Alinen also in the game for the Tide as Bama runs it up the middle. Haynes spins away from one man, finally tripped up as he gets near the 48-yard line, and we almost saw him break that one.
Took you back to Little League, too. He had a little 3-point balance drill where he stuck his hand down. Took a shot there by the safety, but was able to keep that balance and just about stayed on his feet for the touchdown.
15 yards on the pickup. Another bank first down for the Crimson Tide. Alabama now with 16 bank first downs this evening. A minute 35 and ticking. Tide won't stop it again if they can avoid it. Haynes trying to break a tackle, stretches forward for a gain of a couple.
Well, the second offensive line's getting after it right now. They're trying to move this ball. I love it.
Miles Kitzelman in at one of the tight end slots. Second down and 9 upcoming. Bama's going to bleed as much of the clock as they can right here. Play clock's at 16. Game clock right at 1 minute. No rush. As Ty Simpson will operate for the pistol with Haynes to his left. Pick Bama over Georgia, Clemson, Florida, Ohio State. Gets the handoff. Haynes fights through one tackle. Pushes the pile to the midfield stripe. And I don't know that Bama will snap it again. The game clock and the play clock are exactly the same. And I don't think Bama's going to have to snap it again. Nick Saban's upset that the officials didn't just hang on.
Yeah. Play clock should have been turned off.
Should have. I'll say it because we're all thinking it. At 11:20 at night, let's get out of here. Alabama's a winner, 40-17 over the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. The Tide's not going to snap it again as the game will come to a close and the Tide improves its season mark now to 4-1 on the year. More importantly, Tyler White's 2-0 in Southeastern Conference
That
play.
is all that matters, because across the conference you've had a lot of undefeated teams go down today. So Alabama's sitting pretty here in the West.
Bama's won now 16 straight here in Starkville. The Tide a winner again, and State drops to 2-3 overall, 0-3 in league play. Coming up next, it'll be your Region's fifth quarter show. Coach Saban's press conference live, powered by Tri-Green Equipment. Cannot thank Roger Hoover, Butch Owens, Tom Stipe, Ethan Carabin, studio engineer Jerry Kelly enough. My broadcast partner Tyler Watts, Tom Stipe, our producer engineer, Christian Miller. We look forward to having you back in a couple of weeks. We are in College Station next week. Alabama taking on Texas A&M. But this maroon opponent falls to the Crimson Tide tonight here in Starkville. 40-17, your final score. Alabama a winner over the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. Stay tuned for that Region's fifth quarter show coming up next here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network.